good evening, everybody, and we welcome you to the first running of the World of Racing Invitational. Over 20 drivers from not just over state lines, over nation lines, coming from across North America for a $5,500 prize pool. Thrilled to have you with us, though. For my partner, Sagar Bakshi, I'm Jackson Lambros. And Sagar, it's been a long build up here since about the summer, but we're finally ready for the first running. What is the anticipation like for you here for this weekend?
The anticipation is huge. I can barely get the words out of my mouth right now. After a long holiday break, it's been since November that we haven't seen World of Racing really take to its form with the Pro Series Invitational. And now that we're coming back to it, it feels like we're back at home. And now we've got nearly 5 hours of running, of race time heading ahead of us. And I'm sure the drivers have never experienced anything like this before. This is something that has never been done in the history as far as I am concerned, or as far as I know. So getting all of these drivers into the same place at the same time to fight out for who is the best is going to be extremely challenging, because the drivers are not only going to be tested on how quickly they can adapt to each one of these track car combos, it's going to be a test of their endurance as well, because all of these challenges are going to take place over this one single night.
So 4 car track combinations. Will be giving you a live update on point standings as it goes from race to race. We'll be thinning the herd once we get to the grand finale of round number 4. There'll be a last chance qualifier for that as well. We'll let you guys in on how that works as we go throughout the night. Our first car track combination, we won't give you too much of a peek behind the curtain here, but we've got some interesting ones for you for sure. Something a little bit, I would say, relatively at home to our 22 drivers, the McLaren 720 GT3. I think this place, though, that they're running still might be alien to a good chunk of them. It'll be the Ridge Mountain Motorsports Park here in Oregon on the Pacific Northwest. Sagar, let's jump trackside here for practice.
Absolutely. Let's do it, Jackson.
So 16 minutes down. Excuse me, about 10 minutes down and 16 minutes to go in free practice. And again, everybody on equal machinery, but a lot of these guys trying to get used to this environment, this circuit for the first time. It's the Maka 72 GT Evo. I believe that's Race Sim Studios rendition of the McLaren 720 GT3 Evo. We've ran a lot of GT3s throughout this year, whether it was, well, in the GT3 Championship. We obviously ran the Mustang, and I believe one other during the World of Racing Pro Series, the qualifying run-up, if you will, to the Invitational. Not sure if we actually ended up running the McLaren in this configuration, but very much considered the all-rounder of the GT world. Numerous championships and victories on the national and international stage. Ooh, that's trouble for Alex, who goes off in P19, who is very much going for a rally. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That might be a little bit of a shortcut that Sagar, I'm not sure if that's going to be legal come race time.
Yeah, I'm sure race control is going to take a look at those and make sure nobody's cutting the track that egregiously, coming around the top of the key and looping back in. But right now, it's all up to Dylan leading the charge in free practice, who's come to grips with the track car combo the quickest, 133.1, but Aaron's quick to retort that as well with a 133 of their own. Now we're looking at Elisha, excuse me, in the number 72, running in 20th place, who just has a little bit of a spill and thrill coming up the hill through this reverse corkscrew, let's call it.
I think that was just a big lazy spin. I think got off the brakes too quickly there and just kind of put all of that weight on the rear tires. A number of times I've done that in ACC, would not like to admit. But 15 minutes down here, getting back to these cars again. GT3 machinery, full electronic suite to help you out. ABS, traction control. These guys obviously able to adjust that on the fly. And at the top level, at the esports level, if you will, that is a corner-to-corner kind of thing. I think Hunter might need to turn it down just a smidge. That was a gnarly slide there, working his way through the hairpin. But we're talking about this McLaren 720, actually a IndyCar-derived V8 for the road course was bought by McLaren, the rights to build it, bought by a racing team designing the V8 for the not 2011. 2011 would be the end of the regulations, but the early 2000s IndyCar regulations. So what was supposed to be a naturally aspirated V8 for IndyCar kind of became the benchmark for, honestly, not just McLaren. You know, starting this DNA starting in the MP412C has evolved into the 570, the Artura, very much kind of that twin turbocharged V8. Not just the formula that McLaren has come to adopt, but you see what Ferrari's done with the F8 Tributo. You've done, especially now, Lamborghini going away from that beautiful sounding naturally aspirated V10, moving over to a twin turbo V8. This has very much been the formula, the sound that a lot of manufacturers have migrated over to since the second half of this decade. And McLaren's really been at the point. Oh man, another big slide there. Christopher, rail braking coming up the hill again, going up the hill, putting all of that load on that outer rear tire, the back right. So managing that and maybe bumping up the traction control just a smidge, going to be something we'll have to wait and see. Here's Andres in the Marlboro covered 72. Don't think we can totally call it that, but we'll have to wait and see. I could talk about this car all day and the engine inside of it. I think it's best if me and Sagar just kind of shut up for a little bit and give you guys the sights and sounds of McLaren 720s here at Ridge Motorsports Park. Am I still muted?
And we're back, folks. 6 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in this free practice session. Coming down the Ridge Straight is Jacob into turn 13, the Ridge Complex. Following that will be turn 14, obviously plummeting down the hill. A little bit of undulation there, and a bit of overdrive sends him worse for wear. Jacob is running in 5th place right now, the number 19, but now we're looking at Jensen, who's running in 17th position, driving the number 7 car.
That's been a little bit of a trouble spot for a lot of these guys so far, Sauger. That 1, 2, 3 complex, just because it's throwing you up the hill, it's putting a lot of load on these cars. Trouble for Jensen, who I believe made contact with, that might have been Alicia. It was. So already, though, we're trying to find areas where we're going to be able to make those overtakes. I think a favorite here is going to be probably around turn 11, that kind of deep braking left-handed hairpin. But obviously, as we mentioned, that final ridge complex, that straightaway into turn 13 as well. One is going to be high speed, high commitment, and again, very high loads on those outer tires. But with proper trail braking, proper management, that is certainly going to be something that is possible. Alicia still battling right now with, I believe that's Ali just behind him, goes a little bit deep on the brakes, and they will fly right on through. Well, your fastest drivers right now, Aaron Fitz, who is not too much of a shocker to see him at the point of the field, razzled and dazzled us throughout the World of Racing Pro Series. After that, Andrew Janis, who's done a plethora of racing both in the real and virtual world. Same could be said with William Rasmussen, one of the drivers who was preoccupied on the original date we were planning to run this event. Like so many of our real life, or like so many of our competitors this weekend, having some real life racing commitments. Alexandro Vielma, another one of those currently in the field back in P7. We'll get more on that though as the time goes on. Oh my goodness, Aaron Fitz. That's a great shot there coming down the hill through turn 8. You can see those inner tires completely unloaded, almost a little bit of hang time from the right-hand side. So some big weight transfer in a lot of parts of this course as Aaron Fitz puts down another flyer, 132.518. There's that big time commitment we were talking about coming through turn number 1, then turn 2, and turn 3 spits you up over the top of the hill through the timing stand. And he'll have some lap traffic just in front of him. That is, I believe, Alexandro Vielma waiting to meet him here through the long sweeping left-hander of turn number 6. But we talk about how difficult it is. I mean, Sagar, we're both guys that have kind of done the rounds when it comes to driving GT3s, like most sim racers, but having the engine behind you, ideal when you're trying to get the power down. Again, rear engine, rear wheel drive, you got all that weight on the rear axle. But when you're heavy on the braking zone, all of that weight's on the front tires. All it wants to do, all the car wants to do, is swap ends. So managing that going to be very paramount with these McLarens.
And that's interesting that you say that, because I'm actually a Lexus driver, so I'm a front engine guy. So I have no idea what you're talking about. Anytime I drive something with a rear engine car or mid-engine drive, I'm like, this is alien to me. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing with this car. It just keeps on wanting to kill me every time I get on the throttle. Don't know how, don't know why. It just keeps on trying to kill me. So I'm a front engine guy. I'm a TCR guy myself. But yes, you're absolutely right. If you haven't been in GT3s before, this is something that you're really going to want to get accustomed to. There's a lot of electronic aids as well, so you're going to need some time to spend in the cockpit. This 25-minute practice session that the drivers are getting is really to allow them to get familiar with the track and that car combo. Dial in their setup just a little bit more. I am sure we're running fixed setups here as well. At World of Racing is typically what we are running, but allows them to get their tire pressures right, allows them to modify a few minor adjustments that they can control before they hit the racetrack. Electronic aids is a huge one as well. Your ABS and your traction control. You can see how Aaron is just absolutely licking the stamp and sending it through some of these corners. He's got his TC very, very low or high, depending on which way you look at the scale of things. And he's got his ABS set to a very good brake marker to where he is not locking up his brakes at all. And there goes Andrew Janis into provisional pole. Excuse me, provisional pole for the practice session, I should say. 132.240 is going to be that time. Whoa, and we've got a parking jam at the top of the key there. That's a turn 4, the Lammer Complex, and a couple of cars returning to the garage as Andrew Janis was trying to get a fast lap in. He ran and T-boned another driver, unfortunately, and just blind crest there. Nothing you can do about that one, sight unseen. Let's switch over to a couple other drivers and see what they're up to. How about checking in with Anthony, the number 72 driver, who's coming down the actual corkscrew now and got caught out on that curb. It looks like that bottom plate of his got caught out on the curbing there and just sent him wide after he was trying to clip it as much as possible. Go ahead, Jackson.
Yeah, no, Sagar, I think his splitter literally dug into the grass there. Again, big time drop, almost Laguna Seca corkscrew levels, coming down after turn 11 towards turn 12. That's where we saw Aaron Fitz flying the sail, if you will, two-wheeling it over the curb. Something we've talked about a lot in driving these cars and driving ACC. The McLaren really, really good as an all-rounder. Not great at eating curbs. And you being a Lexus main, I mean, that's something that you definitely do not have to worry about. Also, one of the few cars with pushrod suspension, something this McLaren does not, as we ride on board with Dylan coming to the line as the checkered flag comes out. So again, very, very good on a flat environment. But again, what is World of Racing? What is this invitational about? Testing the abilities, the adaptabilities of these drivers. Dylan getting that test right now, just coming over the crest of turn number 3. You can see a little bit of opposite lock there to try and keep it pointed the right way. But the checkered flag is out. It'll be Andrew, your provisional quickest guy, William Rasmussen, Aaron Fitz, then Dylan, Michael Alexandro Villalma, Jacob, Chris, Ali, and then I believe Jacob Rodriguez rounding out your top 10. We'll step aside here for just a minute as we'll wait for the rest of the guys to come around, but we'll re-rack them, restack them, and get ready for 15-minute qualifying for round number 1 of the World of Racing Invitational. Stay with us.
And we're back, folks, and the qualifying session is underway officially. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a solo qualifying session, so unfortunately we won't be able to see all of the drivers out on track taking place on the circuit. We'll be by ourselves. We'll be watching the timing tower and all of the live timing data that we're able to get via the Empire Studios application, and we'll be keeping you informed with all of the data that we can keep our grubby little mitts on.
Big shout out to the Empire guys, because that has genuinely been so clutch for all of us. Me working in OC, but a little bit off from Tustin, Soccer, you a little bit farther up in the Bay Area, a way that we are able to certainly check in a little bit easier with what's going on out on track. We haven't really talked too much about the track itself. Let's go ahead and do that. The Ridge Motorsports Park, if you know Thermal Club, if you know Spring Mountain, very much the same piece of the pie, kind of this Pebble Beach country club style of racing venue, not necessarily a normal place that would host normal track days or racing events. The Ridge Motorsports Park, though, has held a couple Trans Am. Wes has paid a visit here a couple times. It's currently the home to Moto America and part of their West Coast tour. A lot of our World of Racing guys probably no stranger to that. A lot of our staff doing some two-wheel racing, some two-wheel track days as well. But already what stood out to you guys probably watching at home is not just the scenery. Again, Shelton, Washington, about 100 miles away from Seattle, but more notably, just how much elevation change we've had. That drop from turn 11 to turn 12, almost Laguna Seca corkscrew levels of drop off. That's what's really upset these McLaren GT3 cars so far. And again, that's going to be a major challenge as well. But again, 14 corners. Did I get that count right? Excuse me, 16 corners, starting with that big lunge up the hill, up and over the crest. That's going to be some really, really good overtaking opportunities. I think more capitalizing on mistakes. We'll have to wait and see once we're in an actual wheel-to-wheel environment for our 18-minute race here in just a couple of moments' time. Through that left-handed long apex of turn number 6, then 7 and 8. We stay at the top of the hill. We drop it down through turn 11 and turn 12. We go through that very, very tight complex 13 all the way to 16. Very similar to how we ended the lap at Motegi. That phenomenal race during the Pro Series with the Cadillac DPIs, or not the DPIs. I still want to call them DPIs. The Cadillac LMDHs.
I still call them GTPs because it's GTPs.
There's 900 different ways we could call it.
Yeah.
Not one of them necessarily being wrong.
The right one, yeah.
But 11 minutes to go on the clock. Looks like our first flying laps tricking in here. Aaron Fitz, unshockingly, putting the provisional fastest one on the board. Dylan responding with a 1:33. I believe that was a 1:33.1. Then Jacob Rodriguez, Willie Rasmussen, Chris, Alexandro Vielma, and then Anthony. But again, still plenty of time. And we talk about what we've normally seen during qualifying here in Pro Series. These guys sharing the same part of the racetrack for a vast majority of it. That means you could get an advantage or a disadvantage. Advantage with the draft, disadvantage from the dirty air, especially in these McLaren GT3 cars. As we go to higher downforce stuff, I don't want to spoil things too much, but definitely something that's going to be crucial for these guys at some points of the evening. Not going to be a problem when you're out on track by yourself. So something that these guys, again, don't need to worry about. This could also double up as a little bit of a extra practice session, if you will. First chance to actually get laps with clean air to your nose and really learn the limits of this track, especially with the curbing. Stalker, we saw how much it frustrated these cars, especially in that first and second sector.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how they'll be able to manage that towards the race.
Yeah, this is really interesting. It's something that World of Racing hasn't done since our I think our inaugural couple of races were solo qualifying. And ever since we started the broadcast, we've since escaped from that and gone back to group qualifying, right? So this is something we've gone back to our old roots, kind of a no excuses held kind of a thing, where you can't say that you were held up. You can't say that there was something in your way. You can't say there was debris. There really are no excuses, as Tim unfortunately crashes with the wall. I believe that's going to be at turn 3. That's going to ruin his run right now. But with 9 minutes remaining in the session, should have plenty of time to go back around into pit lane, get that repaired, and get back out onto the racing circuit one more time. But right now, it's all up to Aaron, William, Andrew, Dylan. Those are your drivers on the front row driving these GT3 McLarens round. And this is such an amazing track car combo. This really reminds me of everything that we've been building up to up until this point, really testing us left, right, and center. Jacob finding their way up into the top 5, only 1 second off the good from Aaron's 1:32.365. That's currently the provisional pole time that everybody's trying to beat. More times trickling in now. There goes William Rasmussen into provisional pole, besting Aaron by 79 thousandths of a second over Andrew by half a second. Then Dylan that 9/10 back. Jacob 1 second off the good. Alejandro 1.1 back. Michael, Chris, Ali, Jacob, Rod, Christopher, Andreas, Anthony, Aiden, Tim, Spencer, Jensen, Elisha, Alex, Clay T, Eddie, Hunter. And then us in the broadcast booth, rounding out the 22 amazing participants here tonight, battling it out for $5,500 in cash prizes, brought to you by World of Racing for the first ever grand final for the Pro Series Invitational.
Going's getting good earlier on, as Sagar mentioned. 79 thousandths the gap on your front row right now. William Rasmussen just a hair over Aaron Fitz. Andrew Janus just a little bit further back in 3rd. But again, we talked about, or you talked about, Sagar, kind of the spirit of what the Pro Series has been, and kind of trying to change the way we think about sim racing as a whole, because, you know, we look at Assetto Corsa, a community, a platform that has so many phenomenal mods, and you look at not just going to race online, but going to your local sim centers, and it feels like everybody's trying to still, after all these years and all this new content, finding the best way to go race a GT3 at Spa, right? So yeah. Finding a new way, not just for variety's sake, but again, we want something that challenges these drivers. And again, the goal has been not just this evening, but over the past couple of months, car and track combinations that these guys are going to have no prior racing experience with, or at least minimal. And again, that objective doesn't come from just doing it to do it, but we don't want extensive repetition. I think you look at the modern space of where we're at for sim racing right now is William Rasmussen, once again, puts down another lap, not good enough to improve there, 147.865. But kind of the issue, I think, is I had a guy really put it to me well when I was at Willow Springs a couple weeks ago, where it kind of feels like Guitar Hero in some cases, where you're just trying to memorize tracks and memorize breaking points, apexes, and just trying to get that fastest lap. And again, it's not about that. The adaptability of this style of racing in the virtual world can still be really good. You just got to kind of shake the tree and force that variety. So again, the objective here, not extensive repetition, but a test of how quickly these guys are going to be able to learn, adapt to not just new cars and tracks, but new conditions, new grip levels, stuff like that. So why we're doing this is, again, letting these guys see how quickly they can get up to speed with a new car and a track, focusing on kind of understanding how different cars work. These guys are in, obviously, a very modern, pretty much the most modern car they're going to get tonight. Again, don't want to give you guys too much spoilers, but we're going to be covering cars from disciplines, eras, styles of motorsport all throughout the evening here. And the main objective here, learning on how various cars behave on areas that they're not necessarily super used to. I think, Sagar, you look at the track car combinations, what this immediately sticks out to me as being familiar to, when we had the 296 GT3s, the Ferraris at Pittsburgh, and you
Yes.
looked at that on paper, you're saying, oh, this track is way too narrow. These cars are way too fast. There's too much technicality to it. There's no way we're going to have a good race. And you look back in the 8 rounds we did, I'm pressed to say that was some of the best wheel-to-wheel racing we had in 2025.
You're not wrong. You're 100% not wrong about that. The track car combinations that we've picked throughout the Pro Series Invitational or the Pro Series Championship up until this point have been a little unorthodox, to say the least. And I only mean that as far as these are not racetracks that you typically find on other simulators. These are basically going to be a track car combo that you could only find on Assetto Corsa, and there are thousands of mods that are available to you. So what are the likely chances that you've gone ahead and stitched together a lap around the Ridge Motorsports Park in a GT3 before? I don't think anybody has done that. I certainly haven't. This is the first time I'm looking at the racetrack and popping it into my downloads folder. So it's very interesting that we've come to this point, but you're absolutely right, Jackson. This does remind me of an arrive and drive event, right? If you were towing a trailer around the United States right now, finding track days and going to events, where would you end up in the United States? This is what we're doing. This is the next step up from the karting league. This is exactly what you'd be doing. We're driving around a couple of tracks around the United States, and one's going to be formed. That's all the spoilers I'll give up for now.
Right.
But these aren't conventional racetracks. So with that being said, it is all about how quickly the drivers can get up to speed. No pun intended, but I'll take it when I can get them. The freebies are freebies, man. But it's so interesting what we've come to achieve here with World of Racing and developing this community around sim racing, getting everybody together in the same room for a hobby that would otherwise be shared solo dolo, looking, locked up inside of your house. Now you're in this sim center. It reminds me of the cyber cafes back in the early 2000s, Jax. I'm not sure if you were around for that or if I'm just dating myself, but access to the highest level of equipment. We haven't even talked about that yet. What are these guys equipped with? Well, it's nothing but the best. It's the Sigma Integrale motion simulator, Huskenveld pedal system as well, and Simicube wheels. It is the top of the line stuff that is just inaccessible as Michael sticks it in the final closing minutes into the top 6, 1.3 off the mark. We'll find some good out of that, but it's just amazing. Time and time again, I'll say it, World of Racing is doing something unlike has been done before or has been done in the future or will be done in the future, and is creating something really magical. It is a sim racing community here in Southern California, and if you're not involved, you better get yourself installed into a sim rig at your local World of Racing headquarters near you. We've got 4 locations throughout the United States that you can go ahead and check out, and this summer I definitely will find myself getting installed into a sim rig down in Southern California. And I know, Jackson, you're not too far away. You've already tested out the gear, right?
Just went for my 3rd trip a couple weeks ago out in Tustin. Haven't tested the stuff in Pasadena, although I've been in that area a ton as well. But no, I think doing it again would be motivating for me, if not to just go try the level of elevation here at the Ridge and trying to do that. I mean, I've done Nürburgring, I've done Laguna Seca. I have to do Laguna Seca just because I need to know like what that corkscrew feels like in a system like this. But what I love about these systems, as we just got 37 seconds on the clock here, it truly does give you another level of feedback that your brain can go off of. It doesn't fully give you that seat of the pants feel if you were actually in a race car or in a go-kart, but it gives you that little bit of extra reference for knowing where you are on the racetrack, where your car's at in terms of grip, tire life, what it wants, what it's feeling. So it gives you a very, very good extra set of information. I don't think it's necessarily a key to go fast, maybe a little bit of extra something that could certainly help you with consistency. But you guys are just going to have to come out to Tustin, to Pasadena, to Kansas City, or to Phoenix to go and try that out. That's the checkered flag in qualifying, and that will immediately wrap it up. William Rasmussen on pole. Aaron Fitz able to narrow that gap down just a little bit. Not close enough, though. 61 thousandths the gap. Andrew Janis will be on the inside of row number 2. That will be, I believe, alongside Dylan Hilger. Yes, it will. Following that, Jacob Rice, Michael Flores, and then Ali Salame with, I believe that is Chris Lovell. Yes, it is. In
Change
eighth,
for the
Alexandro
lead, though.
Vielma
Excuse
and
me.
Andres. Oh, my goodness, yes.
Aaron Fitz finds time in the final lap of the day. 1:31.862 will be the new provisional pole time. 1/10.5 will best William Rasmussen in the number 15. Absolutely phenomenal stuff here with World of Racing.
Had a handful of buzzer beaters here, and that was no exception. Not out of the woods yet. Andrew just coming to the line, not able to improve either. Whole freight train of guys actually just coming to the line right now, but nobody able to improve on track. So now Aaron Fitz over William Rasmussen. Andrew Janis dropping back. So at the last minute there, a dagger from Aaron Fitz to once again pick up right where he left off a couple of weeks ago. We thought that this was wrapped up just because the checkered flag went across the board, but these guys are indeed getting an opportunity to close the gap and finish those laps. I think that is everybody done for real now. So Aaron Fitz on pole will be alongside William Rasmussen for real this time. Then it'll be Andrew Janis alongside Dylan Moore, Jacob Rice, Michael Flores, Chris Lovell, Ali Salame, Alexander Vielma, with Andres rounding out your top 10. Looking a little bit further back, Christopher Flores, Jacob Rodriguez, or excuse me, Chris Lovell. That's not Chris Lovell. Again, the issue of having too many Chris's here actively striking me right now, but Jacob Rice a little bit further back as well will be starting, I believe, 15th. But a lot of newcomers as well. Jacob Rodriguez, we have not necessarily seen, or excuse me, Jacob Rice, we have not seen. Alexandro Vielma, who's done a lot of sim racing at this center, did the Boost Foundation Endurance, the Boost Invitational a couple weekends ago. So no stranger to these systems. Again, actually has been a long time sim racer, but going for the big money pot this weekend. Same for Alex Pollard, who we've seen a little bit, believe during the Pro Series as well as MX5 Fight Night, but we'll have to see what he can do from further back in P19. Another MX5 Fight Night regular just in front of him, Spencer Hutchinson in the 7. We'll have to wait and see what he can do. But it's time to throw all of the predictions aside and find out who is on top. 4 races to $5,500 set to start right now. Aaron Fitz on the inside has been so dominant in the Pro Series. William Rasmussen right in the coattails. Only thing that stopped him has been real racing. But in the virtual world, who will end up on top? Let's find out. Let's go racing for the first time in the World of Racing Invitational. Everybody bogged down there by traction control. I think Aaron Fitz is going to be the first one to turn number 1. Andrew and Dylan right there on the tailcoats as we work our way into turn 1 up the hill for the first time. Looks like a little bit of netcode issues there as they actually ended up going into one another. One car around further back. I believe that's Hunter who might have gone around. But we stay relatively clean and green. William Rasmussen to the point as we reach the top of the hill for the first time.
Amazing race start here. Very clean from the Pro Series drivers. These guys are well equipped. They handle the tight and twisty undulations here around the ridge and are doing well to produce some great racing action. Chris going wheel to wheel with Alejandro here in their matching liveries, looking good, calm, cool, and collected. Coming through turn 9 right now. Up the hill we go. It's Chris Lovell chasing down Alejandro. And no, I'm not going to sing Alejandro for you, Jackson Lambros. I know that's what was going through your mind. I know. Chris Lovell on the chase right now, but being chased too by Andreas and Christopher looking a little further back through the field. Ali chasing down Christopher also. So we have this 5-way pack battle all bunching up here at the Ridge Complex. Turn 13 and to 14, the corkscrew, where all drivers come to pretty much a standstill before they come down the leaping corkscrew.
Plenty of breathing room for William Rasmussen to get lap 1 started. Second put away already on Aaron Fitz. Andrew Janis in third with Dylan Hilger in fourth. Trying to see who some of your biggest movers have been at this point. We saw Vielma gain, I believe, 2 positions in the process. Thank you, Sagar. Alejandro Vielma up 2. Same for Andres and Christopher. Ali dropping 1. How about Tim as well? P12 up 5 positions from the start. So a lot of guys making big moves. Tim Heckman, one of those examples, but we continue to watch this battle right now between Ali and Christopher, working our way through that long sweeping left-hander of turn number 6. Kind of the same here through turn number 7. Second verse same as the first, just going the opposite direction and just a little bit tighter. And Ali continuing to study Christopher and find a way through. For a lot of these guys, in terms of machinery, we see a lot of these guys kind of do standard tin top racing. I know a lot of guys will come in and sign in on their iRacing accounts, do some open wheel stuff, do some oval stuff, but by and large, I think this is where a lot of these guys feel right at home, at least in the machinery. I think they've started to grow very accustomed to the track as well. But again, we talk about this being a points-based system throughout the night, and this is maybe the best time to really get aggressive and challenge your wheel-to-wheel skills, because you don't know what's coming next. And maybe you just want to start off getting the most points possible. Christopher looking for that opportunity right now, looking down at the tailpipe of Andres. And Chris Lovell leading this back with just under 15 minutes to go. Further up ahead, Aaron Fitz is indeed chipping away on that gap, as that's gone down to about half a second now. I think that was just a troublesome start. We've got trouble. Christopher making contact, I believe, with Alicia there on the outside, rallying that McLaren over the hill, trying to get back on track. So unfortunately, first blood comes to them, and another car around further back. That might be Hunter, I believe it is. Back up to the front here, Aaron continuing to chip away on this gap. How many times are we gonna retell this story throughout the Pro Series, throughout the MX5 Cup Series? It's been William Rasmussen versus Aaron Fitz nearly every single time. Often we've seen Ryan, brother of Aaron, in the mix as well. Believe he's a no-show tonight. Don't see him in the entry list, so that'll leave us with our 2 Pro Series aces. Talked about William Rasmussen not being one of the guys available, as it looks like Dylan and Jacob are going at it here a little bit further back. Yep, Dylan Hilger with Jacob right in his tracks, Jacob Rice. So these 2 all-carbon McLaren's continuing to battle. Jacob looked like he potentially had a move in the chicane in that final, very, very tight and technical complex, but Jacob able to get there immediately, and now he goes very wide into turn number 2, and that will give plenty of breathing room now for Hilger. All of a sudden, Jacob Rice is now more concerned about that papaya-colored number 7 right behind him, Michael.
Looking good here on the racetrack. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock for us, folks. William Rasmussen leads over Aaron Fitz, and we are 1 Fitz down, and we are Fitzless tonight, as Ryan is unable to join us, unfortunately. Andrew Janis in 3rd, Dylan in 4th, Jacob in 5th, Michael in 6th, Alejandro in 7th, Ali in 8th, and Chris in 9th, and Tim rounding out your top 10 tonight. And we've still got about halfway left to go of this event, folks. Plenty of action still yet to come. William Rasmussen over Aaron. I don't believe this ballet is over just yet. I think Aaron is kind of just biding his time and studying what's going on the racetrack right now. Looking a little further back through the field, Aiden Jensen, Alex Anthony, all in this battle together. We've got a 5 5-way squabble back here for P15 down to P20, and a little bumping and grinding. Is there anything wrong with that? Perhaps no, as all cars come through relatively unscathed and in the same order of which they entered that chicane.
Jensen Lucas, we're looking at right now, the second in this freight train in the 7, and that is Aiden Dorsey. Caro leading the pack there in P15. As a look to the inside, Anthony Mott's under attack with Alex trying to find a way on through into turn number 1. I think just a little bit too fast, a little bit too narrow to be able to get a move done through there. Looking a little bit further back from these guys, Hunter, Christopher, and Alicia trying to get back in the mix as well. But we've got ourselves a battle for the lead. Aaron Fitz trying to make a move on the outside. We've talked about turn 11 being a prime spot for a switchback. That's exactly what Aaron Fitz is doing right now to try and squeeze away through William Rasmussen. Not able to get there just yet. But the first time we've really seen a move from Aaron Fitz. William Rasmussen started with nearly a second lead here, but over the past 8 minutes and change, Aaron Fitz has found his way to the bumper. He maybe drove it a little bit too shallow there. You can see almost three-wheeling that thing coming out of turn number 12, and that's given William just a little bit more space to breathe here. 10 minutes on the clock. Only one leader throughout the night so far. It's been Rasmussen. Aaron Fitz in second. Andrew Janis starting to bust out the popcorn, and watch this battle. Might be putting his head down to the grindstone. Big wiggle there from William Rasmussen. And we talk about a Code Brown moment. Look no further than turn 4 right there. We knew that was going to be a trouble spot for a lot of these drivers. Whole car is unloading, and I think was just going a little bit too much on the brakes there. The front wanted to drag the tail of that car around. Immediate flick, though, from William Rasmussen. When you're spending a good amount of time driving go-karts, you're able to get those cat-like reflexes. Again, William Rasmussen, one of those guys that was not initially able to attend in the original time slot we had planned for the Invitational. Again, we're hoping to get that done by New Year's, but like so many of these drivers had real-life racing commitments. For William, it was the Fat Karting World Finals out in Willow Springs, racing for a shot at a test in Valencia for Formula 4. I believe finished on the podium that evening, and still might potentially have a shot for a trip to Valencia and maybe driving in British F4 for Fat International. Very similar style of racing in the virtual world here at World of Racing Spec Series. Track conditions that a lot of these guys aren't used to. But for a kid who has, I believe, just celebrated getting down to a 4,000 I rating, this kid is fast in both the real and virtual world, and on cars in the real world as well. Was a MX-5 teen shootout participant as well this year. So whether it's been in the real or virtual world, dude has been wheeling. Back over to Ali Salame. Last name is Salame. Being in Orange County, feel very pressed to ask if there's any relation to Timo. We'll have to wait and see. But case in point, he is all over the back right now of Michael Lovell, but goes a little bit wide, has to gather it back up. And very, very smart. Knew he was in the grass, immediately straightened the wheel off. Straightened the wheel out, took his foot off the pedal. Knew that potentially could have been a really scary spin there, Sagar.
Yeah, really was on the brink of losing it. Here we look at Anthony up the inside on Jensen, getting a big look at the stamp and a send done there. But the battle here is not over as we approach turn 6, the carousel. Anthony opens up the door just a little bit, crosses back over onto the exit curbing, and closes the door on Jensen, preventing any retort there.
So battle for the best of the rest continues. A little bit of a lockup, it looked like there, from Anthony, so that will give Jensen another chance to swing back. Not yet. These two starting to break away now from Alex, Andres, and Christopher, just a little bit further behind, or because those two are battling as well. That's the duel for 18th and 19th, it would look like. So halfway home here, 7 minutes to go in round number 1 of the World of Racing Invitational. Jackson Lambros, Sagar Bakshi, so glad you're with us on this Sunday evening for the biggest event World of Racing has put on to date. Watching Alex working his way out of the bottom of the hill here at the Ridge Motorsports Park. Bending off from a recovering Andres. Lost a couple of positions at the start due to contact and is trying to still collect as many points as possible here. 6.5 minutes for him to do so. Back at the point though, William continuing to fend off, it looks like, from Aaron Fitz. And we saw a little bit of an overdrive, a rare mistake, if you will, from Aaron Fitz just in this part of the racetrack earlier on. Locked the brakes, had a little bit of a sidestep. We talk about how upset these cars can be if you just give it a little bit too much, especially if elevation change or curbing is there to kind of indict it. And Aaron immediately trying to find his way to cool down, work his way back into the mix, looking for a second move here on William, who unsurprisingly has been rock steady out in front. Just under 6 minutes to go, and that gap slowly shortening once again here to our lead.
Slowly but surely, the time has been ticking away, but it's gone by in a blink of an eye. Let's check out a couple of battles going out on track. What about Aiden and Spencer going wheel to wheel at the Ridge Straits entry? They're going to have a long drive down, and there goes a move from Aiden to the inside line before we get down to the Ridge Complex. And he's going to lick the stamp and send it up the inside, and there is calamity and chaos going through the corkscrew there. And a couple of drivers cut worse for wear. I think that might be Jacob Rod and Clay T, who got caught out in that.
Yep, Jacob, Clay, and it looked like Spencer, I believe, also getting a piece of it. So that actual drop there, we've been talking a lot about where that drop is. It is that final complex where we see everybody kind of going, getting that big drop zone. And I think we just had someone send it a little bit too quick, put too much weight on the rear tires too quickly, and went around quickly. We're looking through the eyes of Chris Lovell here, who's been sitting in P9 for vast majority of this race, has already cleared Tim for the top 10, but is looking for a little bit more. Again, looking at Ali Salame, who has actually found the back of Michael Lovell once again as well. Dylan a little bit further up the field, just on the edge of that top 5 running, trying to put a move on Jacob Rice. Pretty much unchanged here in the order from first on back to 5th. That could be where this changes. This is a great shot here to show you just how much elevation drops in that final ridge corner. Very similar heart in your throat kind of feeling there, dropping off the cliff. And again, got to be so careful with these cars. Yes, they are road cars, they're not open wheelers, but you still don't have nearly the same level of suspension travel. And if this was something that was street legal, so you got to baby it very quickly. Got to be careful on the curbing too. We saw a little bit of a hop there from Dylan on the rumble strips through turn number 1. And that's what's actually given a little bit of space here between him and Jacob, as he's got to gather it back up. Drags a tire now coming through turn number 5. And here we go through the carousel of turn number 6. This constant balancing act on the pedals of just trying to position that McLaren in the best position possible. Little bit wide there, Vioma, but is able to gather it back up. No pressure for him in the 78, and has gained a couple of positions as well. Very smooth running here in his World of Racing Pro Series debut.
Watching this gap here between Ali and Michael. Ali's been chipping away like a marble stone at this time in front of him, and looking to get into the top 10 a little bit deeper is Ali. Michael just a little bit further up the road, about a quarter of a second, not too far off the mark here. Ali has been quicker lap after lap over Michael's pace currently, running in that number 70, but Ali in the number 89 liveried car, badged as the number 12 unfortunately, crosses over the line. Let's see what he has in store, and if he's threatening Michael continuously. 132.9. Yep, Ali is threatening the car in front.
Really good consistency from Ali. Obviously had a little bit of a mistake further back. Looks like we've got trouble further back. Clay T, Andres, Christopher, Jacob, and Alex, and a major pileup further back. I'm not sure if that was just a domino effect, but we've got maybe a couple of cars going around. I'm not entirely sure. but we just got the notification here from Race Control that something was going on. We've got some big stacks of cars here as well. If we go back to P4, Sauger, it's still Jacob leading this entire freight train with himself, Dylan. You look a little bit further back, Jacob finding the breathing room, but you look a little bit further back, Dylan Helger very much in the danger zone. Alexandro able to clear. Michael for P6, could be P5. Had a late look there through turn number 11, but Vielma still not able to get there just yet. And with 60 seconds on the clock, he'll have maybe 2 laps to do so.
Yeah, this lap plus one more is all she's gonna write for us, folks. Here comes Ali coming down into the corkscrew, the ridge complex of turn 13. He's getting chased down hard by Chris Lovell, who makes a look to the inside line on Ali. Can he make the lick stick? I think he cannot make that work, unfortunately, but it's gonna be a drag now down towards turn 1. Ali's gonna have a lot of time to think about this and think about how he wants to defend this trio of cars leading down in towards turn 1. We might go 3 abreast headed down in towards turn 1, but no, the switch up has been engaged. Ali finds a way through, but goes a little bit too hot, deep and wide, and becomes airborne like a 747. Michael and Chris find their way through and continue this battle at hand.
And the mistake he made earlier comes back to bite him at the white flag. Here's a late look. Chris Lovell trying to make this move work on Michael. Can he make it stick through the long left-handed carousel? They'll still go side by side. Chris Lovell around the outside works his way back up into P7 and is able to stop the bleeding. We got to look at the front of the field though, because the white flag is out and Aaron Fitz continues to chip away at William Rasmussen. Half a second the gap once again. He has been brewing this move for the past 18 minutes, and it changed down the ridge complex for the final time. Is there anything? Rasmussen a little bit wide. Lovell trying to go late on the exit, taking as much curbing as he can, but he will not be able to get there. Checkered flag out for race number 1, and William Rasmussen gonna run away with it for the first of them. Aaron Fitz home in second. Andrew Janus quietly quick in P3. Jacob Rice able to fend off a massive freight train of Macas behind him and come home in P4. Then Dylan Hilger, Alexandro Vielma take a bow, young man, up a handful of positions, I believe 2 or 3, to come home in P6. Chris Lovell, Ali Salame with, I'm still learning last names, guys, Tim Heckman in 9th, with Eddie DeLeon rounding out your top 10. What a phenomenal way to get us started. Tim Heckman up 8 positions as well. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what a phenomenal drive out of Tim Heckman. Might become the driver of the day, the driver of the number 78 Papaya machine. Looking pretty good out there, gaining 8 positions on the good for the evening. But we have Eddie in 10th place, Michael in 11th, Aiden in 12th, Spencer, Jensen, Jacob, Rod, Christopher, Anthony, Alex, Andreas, Clay, T, Hunter, and Elijah, rounding out the 22 participants here tonight. And Jackson Lambros, biggest takeaway of the night so far, and I know we've just got started.
Anything can happen? Is that too much of a blanket statement? I mean, we've in the mid pack, it certainly seems like it, but definitely your strongest runners out in front, William and Aaron. Very much a battle we've been used to, but Aaron Fritz continuing to look like the one to beat. We'll have to wait and see, though. Aaron Fritz definitely able to bring the heat as well, but we've seen a lot of hard chargers as well. Again, we mentioned Eddie DeLeon working his way up into the top 10. Tim Heckman able to make a handful of moves as well. So really, we'll just have to wait and see here. But
yeah,
I think very much you look at the top right now, I think it's always difficult as well to count out Andrew Janis, but we will have to wait and see. Speaking of waiting and see, we've got another track and car combination coming up for you guys as well. We've got a list of what it could be. We don't know which one is actually coming up just yet, but when you guys see it for the first time, very good chance we're going to see it as well. So we'll step aside, pull the numbers out of the hat, and we'll see you in just a little bit here for round number 2. Do not go anywhere, though. The first running of the World of Racing Pro Series Invitational continues right after this. And we welcome you back here to the World of Racing Invitational. Jackson Lambros, Sagar Bakshi. Again, so glad you're with us. Hope you had a happy new year. And again, kind of given the circumstances, not a time where we plan to do this, but all 22 of our drivers have found their way to our Tustin Center here in the district in Orange County and are already out on track here for round number 2. We told you guys it was going to be a hard pivot. This is a pretty hard one. I don't really want to give you guys too much of I don't want to spend too much time talking about it. I'd prefer if we just showed it. Sagar, let's pull the curtain back. So we welcome you to a place that will, I mean, unless you're deep in Assetto Corsa modding, is probably very much alien to you. Magnificent Park, a mod originally made for R Factor 2. Developed by a guy named Naribo on the Steam Workshop, has done a handful of fictional racetracks set in the countryside of France, and Spencer definitely trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. Tell you what, these cars, though, definitely not going to be alien to a lot of these guys. If they're diehard motorsports fans. Sagar, the Mazda 787B.
Yeah, today it's considered by Mazda one of the most iconic cars in all of motorsports history. It's the Mazda 787B. I mean, it was absolutely stonking for its time. It had a Wankel rotary engine, if I'm not mistaken, in it. And its engine was a RX 792P question mark? Something along those lines. But anyways, the Mazda 787 has its stamp in history as one of the most iconic Le Mans cars ever to traverse its history. And it's here tonight, and of course has to be showcased at the Pro Series Championship because of how just monumental of a task it is to wrestle this behemoth of a machine.
Actually kind of nailed it there on the impromptu test for you. Naturally aspirated, four-rotor, iconic soundtrack. I'm not going to be able to say I've actually seen one of these in person. Oh boy, Anthony overcooking it a little bit there. A lot of these guys still trying to find the limits of this track. We'll get to that in a second. But as you mentioned, Sagar, naturally aspirated, four-rotor. If you don't know what a Wankel rotary is, instead of piston going up and down, rotary go round and round, kind of like a Dorito in a Pringles can, I think is the best way I could describe it. Alex,
that is the
trying
best
to get
analogy.
used to that extra power on tap right now as he goes for a spin there outside of, I believe that is turn number 5. But it goes between a shockingly long lineage, actually, of Mazda's attempts to go and race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 2 years of service. For this example, the 787B, a predecessor to the 767, and believe it or not, the 757, which competed throughout Group C and GTP in the early 90s, late 80s, but 787B not just goes down in history as the only Japanese manufacturer, or the first Japanese manufacturer, excuse me, to go and win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The first ever, and to this date, the only rotary-powered machine to do so. And following the victory in 91, actually had a pretty much league-wide ban from the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, banning Wankel rotaries of any kind. So to this date, pretty much the only time we have seen this engine type kind of dominate in any form of racing. But I mean, that Mazda Speed, that orange and green renowned livery, iconic. Anytime you see an RX-7 or an RX-8 by enthusiasts, even a lot of guys doing the MX-5 Cup, pretty much the most recognizable livery in Mazda's history, and even now in recent history, as Mazda has continued to compete in endurance racing all the way up until a couple years ago in DPI before the move over. I believe 2021 was the last year they competed. Very much one of the most iconic liveries in endurance racing, if not in motorsports, period. Can't say I've ever listened to one of these in person. We had a historical event at Long Beach. They had historic GTP, and they brought out the 767B. It's an older brother, and same power plant. Set off a couple car alarms. I think might have cracked one or two windows. Definitely brought a tear to my eye, though, Sagar.
Cracked a few windshield mirrors and brought a tear to my eye. That sounds about right. I've heard it myself at the Laguna Seca Historic, and
oh my gosh,
boy,
yes.
Oh boy, is that if there's ever a place to go, folks, I don't care where you are in the world, come on down to Laguna Seca for the Laguna Seca Historic event, and you'll have a great time. You'll meet a couple of amazing people. Adrian Newey comes down every year. We have McLaren, oh my goodness, Brown, what's his name? Zach Brown, thank you so much, comes down every year to race his collection of vehicles as well. So yes, it's a great time, and if you're ever in need of a place to stay, come on down and hang out with the Real High, aka Sagar Bakshi, and I've got a trailer set up at the top of the Corkscrew where we can come hang out, grill some beers, grab some brews, and have a good time.
That's good living right there. Talking about the Rolex reunion at Laguna Seca during the Monterey Car Week, which still something I've got to knock off the something I got to knock off of the bucket list. Maybe 2026. We'll have to wait and see. Alexandro Vielma, the first one to set a real flyer here, 220.248. Let's talk a little bit more about this track, Sagar, because again, we talk about trying to throw these guys a curveball, not just during the Pro Series, but during the Invitational. This is very much no exception, and we've gone to a fictional track. And what I love about Assetto Corsa and sim racing as a whole is you think about fictional tracks and you think, oh, we're just going to do like Mario Circuit or Rainbow Road or something vastly over the top. But in between that and something strict like FIA Grade 1, you've got something fun and flowy like this. Mirabu, who's a longtime track builder, who just kind of does these style of tracks just to make good racing, has originally made this for RF1. Actually, this being an adaptation of an R Factor 1 track made by Harry Seb, converted over to Assetto and R Factor 2 by Nibiru, and has actually been used for a couple league races. Doing my research online, has shockingly had a little bit more use than expected. But track is about, oh gosh, I just had the length here. I can't confirm it has a crossover.
3.75 miles long.
Beautiful, thank you. 3 layouts, but was kind of modeled after being based in the French countryside. I think was kind of given the flavor of initially a road car testing facility, and I think that would very much check out here. It's got that Suzuka flavor with the crossover. It's got very much a test of all aspects of a car's handling. Good mix of high speed, high commitment corners, but a lot of tight and technical stuff as well. But kind of the lore given here by Nibiru was very much considered as like a track of the future. Would go on to host its own 24-hour endurance race as well, adjacent to Le Mans. I'm not sure how 24 hours would go around here. I think a lot of guys are struggling just in their first 10 minutes of learning the place. But Aaron Fritz, unshockingly, learning it very quickly. 2:16, 183 seconds up from the competition. And Aiden now up into P2 as well. Andrew Janis in P3. Those walls are going to be shocking for a lot of these guys as well. Should also mention, a lot of concrete runoff. A lot of just concrete runoff and concrete barriers there to meet you. Michael finding one of the few places on track there where there's actually grass and sand to greet him. But a lot of the places here, Sagar, especially in that opening complex of corners, it's almost street circuit style.
Yeah, this is definitely not a FIA grade 1 circuit or something that you typically see
Right.
run on a GT layout or something that has as much power as these 787Bs do. You know, pushing, I think, close to 787 horsepower. Is that correct? Something like that.
It's a lot. For sure. I don't think Mazda ever went and gave away the actual number. But I know looking at some of the other Group C monsters of the era, the Sauber C9, depending on the turbo setting, could very easily make 4 figures of power,
there we
which
go.
was very much needed when going down Lasarth. But this being the, I believe this was the RB26 or R26B, excuse me, as Aaron Fritz continues to put another best lap in. Dylan now in P2. Man, Aaron Fritz still a second and a half pretty much up from the rest of this competition. R26B.
900 horses.
There you go. Okay, well, I'm hearing 700.
700 horsepower during the 1991 race for longevity. So it was limited down to 9,000 RPM for that race.
I think you look at this era of motorsports, though, pretty much up until the turn of the millennia. I think the vibe was, if you brought enough motors, if you've got the capital to bring a ton of motors, very much the expectation was, whether it was endurance racing or open wheel racing, was show up and bring at least 3 motors. One for qualifying that would blow up in like 5 laps. One that would last forever for practice, and then one that would just last like exactly
24 hours,
however many laps was needed, or 24 hours exactly. Looks like we had one spinner further back. I think that might have been Andrew Janis, not entirely sure. Oh, it's Hunter coming out of that first big hairpin. That's going to be a big overtaking opportunity right here, where we see Hunter exiting. I believe that's Jacob right behind as well. Me and Stalker have talked enough, and we're going to be talking a lot here because we're expecting a lot of wheel-to-wheel action here, and a track that has been designed just for that. So I think it's only fair that you guys get treated to this 4-rotor symphony for just a little bit longer. So we'll step aside for just a moment, leave you with the sights and sounds of these Mazdas at Magnificent Park, but do not go anywhere. Invitational right here on the World of Racing YouTube channel. And the minute we come back, Jackson Lambros, Sagar Bakshi with you as practice continues here from Magnificent Park. Was Aaron Fitz out in front? And kind of the main topic we were going to discuss here, Sagar, was what's happened to William Rasmussen. Has not set a clean lap up until this point, but he just put his first one in the books, and it is indeed faster than Aaron Fritz, a 2:14.928. That's 0.3 up from Aaron, and both of those guys at least 2.5 seconds up from the remainder of the field. So again, I guess when we had the alarm bells going for William, I think this continues to be a 2-horse race potentially out in front. Of course, the minute I say that, William puts another purple sector in here.
Pulls out another 0.3 through sector 1. Absolutely stunking stuff out of William Rasmussen through sector 1. Is looking pretty good in the prototype C-Class car, the Mazda 787B, iconic for its 91 Le Mans victory. Coming around sector 2 now. This is a very long lap. This is where you really have to commit to these corners. When you step on the brakes, you have to be committed on them, and then applying the throttle pedal as well, getting on the loud pedal. You can see how squirrely it gets when the 700 to 900 horsepower motor nearly spits you sideways, even in third gear.
I know the renowned livery is most famous as William does a little bit of lawn work there, working his way towards the final section of the course. Rasmussen, at least right now, in that 56 color, that's the Mazda Speed factory colors, ran in the Camel GTP Challenge for IMSA in the 1990-1991 season. And we really got to work on those rev matches, my friend, because working out of the final corner, that was a big slide. Again, these guys have paddles on the, no H shifters for these guys, although these are actually manual H pattern boxes. It is not auto blip, I believe. So a lot of these guys going to have to get used to automatically lifting throttle to be able to shift, and then probably blipping on the downshifts as well. Could be very wrong, but I'm just seeing a lot of the cars stepping out mid-corner, and I believe that's coming from the downshifts. We'll have to wait and see, but checkered flag is indeed out here for our practice session.
Ooh.
Looking good for William Rasmussen. That is a car stopped on the middle of the racetrack. Aaron Fritz going to try and close that gap as well. Andrew able to unlock something as well. He's just within the time as well. Christopher first across the line, 5.6 seconds off the pace, with Aaron, Andrew, and Jacob trying to give chase. Here comes Aiden to the line, and I'm not sure if there's enough for improvement for him. Again, all of this provisional with qualifying just coming up. 15-minute qualifying session before we'll do our second 18-minute race. Was a very close battle between William and Aaron Fritz. As Christopher goes a little bit wide, we ride on board with him and is able to bring it back. But was a really great battle in the McLarens at Ridge between William and Aaron all the way down to the last lap, to the last complex of corners. And it's starting to feel like you might be getting a rematch of that here in different machinery on a different track. We'll have to wait and see. Andrew Janis, though, able to find a little bit of extra pace as well. Clay coming to the line, or excuse me, has already come to the line, will be best for 16th. Looking for a little bit of other people that have proven the pace a little bit stronger than earlier. Dylan Helger about where he's ended up before. Jacob Rice once again in P4, not too much of a shocker. Alexander Vielma finished the last race in P6. He's found himself P6 on pace right now. And Tim, who had that Viking comeback up 8 positions, is very much fond of this machinery right now. Is sitting pretty in P7. We'll see if he has any more to potentially bring it to Vielma and Dylan. A little bit of a longer track as well, which means these guys have plenty to remember. And I think as well, Sagar, very much a fast and flowy track. And that's why a lot of these guys are currently struggling to find just even clean laps right now.
Yeah, it's praised for having a natural terrain shift, complex cambers, giving it a sense of elevation transitions, but there's really not a lot of elevation to be gained or lost around this track. It's really just that camber and that shift in it that causes that undulation type feeling. So it really is a technical and flowy with high speed sweepers, technical medium speed turns, long straights with flowing transitions. It's got a little bit of everything minus the slow chicanes there, but we are getting ready for this qualifying session, folks. And I believe the drivers are headed out onto the racetrack immediately, getting ready to take advantage as much time as they're given.
So green flag for 15-minute qualifying. Again, unfortunately, not going to be able to show you exactly what is going on out on track as it is all single car. But as Sagar mentioned, good mix of high, medium, and low speed corners here at Magnificent Park. Excuse you, or bless you. Excuse you sounds too cruel for that. I'm sorry, Sagar. But we talk about the medium speed corners kind of being that issue because again, if there's not a very clear braking zone in a handful of brake markers, or if it's like Eau Rouge where it's just like, oh, I can clearly go flat or just lift a little bit for that. What is the right amount of speed to carry through some of these corners? Once we get past the switchback, we'll give you guys a proper onboard later on during the race. But it's going to require some big time commitment and some big time knowledge early on of understanding what the car can handle at certain speeds and how fast is maybe just too fast. So we'll have to wait and see how quickly everybody has kind of learned at this point. Looking really strong, though, for William Rasmussen and Aaron Fritz. We'll have to wait and see, though, if anybody is able to bring it to them. Back here in about 10 minutes for the last handful of moments of qualifying, but do not go anywhere. And we welcome you back to qualifying here from Magnificent Park, race number 2 of the World of Racing Invitational. Still Aaron Fritz out on top. William Rasmussen, we've been observing here from race control, has certainly had the pace, but kind of the issue we've seen right now, not just for William Rasmussen, but for a lot of these guys, is track limits. Handful of guys getting caught up, which is not too much of a shocker, Sauger, in a place where you've got concrete instead of grass to meet you when you go off.
No, not too unusual at all. Tight, twisty, flowy circuit that is Magnificent Park International is awfully challenging and a little bit longer than I think most of the drivers expected at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. I think it's got about 18 corners in total. It's quite a bit to memorize at the end of the night for sure. I'm glad the drivers are getting this one out of the way sooner rather than later. This might be one of the most challenging tasks that they have on the order for the evening even. We were just discussing that.
We're talking about that during off air just because, one, no ABS, no traction control, very, very physical style of driving for this era of motorsports. That's not too much of a shocker. But it comes with it a track in which you are very much trying to eyeball your line, your speed being carried. You're almost never holding the wheel straight. Pretty much across the start-finish line is going to be the one time you're really going to have that. But even in the high-speed flowy parts, you've got slight kinks, you've got slight sweeps, and very much not a lot of braking markers to really help you. Not any real heavy braking zones. You've got turn 2, the left-handed chicane, and then later on another relatively high-speed hairpin going the opposite direction. But that's pretty much all you've got for straight-line braking. A lot of it is just very quick, very brief drags, maybe some lifts of the throttle, and just trying to spitball and figure out if that's enough. William Rasmussen has had the pace to potentially take the pole away. Only issue is he's carried that speed a little bit too much and has found that found the other side of the white runoff line, shall we say. But checkered flag is indeed out. Believe it'll be Alexandro Villoma the first to the line. Will not improve. We just missed a change in position as well. Andrew Janis will not be in that same P3 position. He looks to be at best outside of row number 4. That will be with a 2:15.164. Last of the guys still coming to the line right now. William Rasmussen is on track, but I believe did unfortunately do a track violation. As a matter of fact, he's just come to the pit lane. Same for Aaron Fitz, who went over his fast 2 times as well. He is just coming to the line now. Has a negative delta of 10. So we'll have to see here. Might be able to find a little bit of improvement, but again, I'm not sure if that will be allowed with what he's found on track. Checkered flag is out, and that is indeed off track. 2:13.635. Still the time to beat. Nearly an entire second up from William Rasmussen. Jacob Reese, someone we haven't really talked about too much. Not going to have enough in this lap, but works his way from P5 up into P3 at best. Dylan Helger going to do everything he can to potentially make that change. I'm not sure if there's enough in there, though. We'll have to wait and see. Alexandro Villoma, P8, will see the checkered flag. Jacob will be best for P6. Chris Lovell just coming to the line, about 4/10 over on pace, and I think we'll have to settle for P7. Yes, he will. Dylan Helger just working his way out of the second sector right now. I think that's going to be a track cut violation as well for him. I'm seeing red in sector 1, red in sector 2 as well. That's probably not a battle worth fighting anyway. Just over a second up from his delta. So that will likely be all as she wrote, definitely for our top 10. So looking like it will be a flip of our front row from the last time out, with Aaron Fritz on pole. William Rasmussen rolling off in P2 with Jacob and Andrew in row number 2. Dylan, Jacob, Chris, Alexandro Villoma, Michael Lovell, and Andres rounding out your top 10. How about Andres, someone who's had a relatively quiet night as well? We'll have to see what he can do from P10. A lot of these guys are big fans of the historic stuff, kind of driving the more physical stuff than what is considered in modern road racing. So we will have to wait and see, Sagar.
Certainly, this is an exciting time in sim racing for drivers to be able to acquire pieces of art and pieces of history and bring them back to life and drive them around wherever and whenever they would like to race them around. And we're bringing them to the modern era and to a mystery track, basically.
Pretty
mystery to everybody on this grid. For the most part, it is a mystery to us all, but it is an enjoyable feat to be had. 2:13.6 being the qualifying time. Expect to see about a second off that in the actual race, I would assume, but we'll find out here shortly as we get gridded up.
So it is indeed Aaron Fritz and William Rasmussen once again on the front row. Watch Dylan Hilger, Andrew Janis and company further back. Jacob Rodriguez in his best spot of the night as well. What can he do further back from P6? What can Vielma do from 8th? Are we going to see another winner, or can Rasmussen make it back to back? Let's find out. Let's go racing in race number 2 of the Invitational. On board with William Rasmussen, he will have the inside here in this flick to the right. Does he have the nose ahead of Fritz for turn number 1? He will. See if we have any big dives further back. Looks like Andrew Janis getting into the back of Jacob Fritz. And maybe some trouble further back. No cars around, but we are 3 wide on exit. Oh my goodness. Dylan Helger, one of your big losers in the start as well. I believe 4 positions back. Here is Jacob Rise trying to do the crossover on Andrew Janis, not able to get there just yet. And after a second advantage on single lap pace, it is a carbon copy of the start at the Ridge with William Rasmussen over Aaron Fritz.
Amazing start here, although we did have the accordion into the big old hairpin. I think we're mostly clean running here as Dylan gets by Alejandro. Will it be enough? Dylan, a couple wheels off under the grass. They're able to keep it calm, cool, and collected somehow, some way. No TCS, no TC, no ABS, and there it is, the big puffs of smoke to show you that there's no TC under these vehicles. We're gonna go wheel to wheel. Why not 3 wide on the opening lap for good measure as we race down into the bottom of the key? We're gonna go in front of the Renault car and lead us out. It's Alejandro in front of the iconic liveried Mazda.
Really good running from Alex Vielma. Thought he gained a couple of positions at the start. Unfortunately, just gave it a little bit too much left foot coming into that big left-handed hairpin, but was able to fend off from that crossover from Anthony and company, and this is very quickly becoming a very big freight train from 8 on back. Still William Rasmussen over Aaron Fritz. How about Jacob Rodriguez? How many positions have you gained from the start, my friend? Not in the top 2 battle just yet, but we'll definitely be looking in a position to stand on the podium for the first time tonight. Jensen up 8, Aiden up 6. You got Alex further back up 5. A lot of guys capitalizing on the carnage early on. Aaron Fritz does not want to take the sweet time like he did with William a couple of hours ago. He wants to make this move on him early, build a lead, and cruise to victory. We'll see what he can do. But William has studied from the rearview mirror how Aaron battles, where he makes those moves, how he prepares for this. How much is William going to be able to defend? Single lap pace, it's still the advantage of William Fritz, but we'll see in wheel to wheel who will come out on top. Big lunge and a slide. Fritz carrying a little bit too much speed here coming out of turn number 2. Not what the doctor ordered. Smooth running for William Rasmussen out in front. Here comes Rodriguez.
All it takes is one tiny mistake, and that's what it was for Aaron Fritz in P2. One tiny mistake, one lapse in concentration, and he lost his battle for the lead. 2 seconds back from the leader right now. Now into the clutches of Jacob Rodriguez in 3rd place even, who's dragging along with him Andrew Janis who's looking to get his first podium of the night.
We'll see Jacob Rodriguez again, picking up a lot of the scraps from that early on carnage. Said carnage mostly inherited by Andrew Janis with that big lunge into turn number 2, that tight left hairpin. We'll have to see what he can do. Dylan Hilger also on the recovery drive as well, dropped 2 positions at the start. And in that 201, that sister car for the 91 Le Mans car, the one car that went to Le Mans, that was not the world famous renowned colors. Sitting in 6th right now, that 201. Jacob Race just in front, also in that livery as well. Good shuffling further back, and unfortunately we thought Aaron Fritz was going to make that move in lap number 2 on William Rasmussen, but that boulder has rolled back to the bottom of the hill for him, and he's more busy right now fending off, or not necessarily fending off, but trying to build a little bit of a gap now on Jacob Rodriguez. Jensen had a little bit of trouble earlier on fending off from Anthony, and Michael, he's now trying to fend off from Ali as he's dropped back significantly the past couple of laps. Here we go. Look to the inside from Ali Salame. This will be the long way around into the turn 2 hairpin, but he'll have the whole nose ahead and actually clear him by the hairpin. And another drive to the front here for Ali Salame, a slow one at that, but we'll take P12. And already, though, you can see the guys struggling for grip. That step out on throttle with no traction control, something so many of these guys are used to in our GT3 racing. It's been a lot. Getting really spicy up here, though. Aiden fending off Michael and Anthony in the highest speed section of the course. Anthony trying to cross over there, working over the bridge, and that's really caught him off. Scrubbed the front tires. But Michael with a good opportunity, tried the look to the inside. This is that long sweeping right-hander I was talking about. That could be a chance of an overtake. Michael goes too slow. Anthony's right there in the mix as well, but still does not have enough momentum to get that move done just yet. So that's your battle for the top 10. And looks like we might have just missed a battle, or excuse me, a move for the lead. We did. Aaron Fritz to the point. And Sagar, looks like that was on a mistake from William Rasmussen.
Can't tell you what happened, unfortunately, due to no replay features in Assetto Corsa, but there it is, the order being restored. It's William actually in front of Aaron Fritz now, so apologize for the heartbreak for all the Williams fans out there. Or William fans out there, as they were just utterly confused as we were for just a few moments in time. But things have restored back to the rightful place. It looks like there's a 2-second gap between William Rasmussen and Aaron Fritz in the battle for P1 and P2. Jacob Rodriguez 1.7 seconds back. Andrew Janis looking like he wants to get a hold of this podium really badly right now, as he is looking every which way, ducking out of the slipstream, headed down the front straightaway right now, leading down in towards turn 1. Will the crossover be enough for Rodriguez? No, it will not. Leading down in towards turn 2. It's going to be a big old send. Andrew Janis is going to get the over-under achieved on his own overtake. He's going to get the lead down the run towards turn 4. And Andrew Janis is sitting on the podium right now with 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Really good read of the dive there for Janis on Jacob Rodriguez. Kind of anticipated that swing back, just kind of stood on the brakes, parked the bus on the apex, and immediately launched out of the corner. But Rodriguez gave it a really, really good battle, was able to roll that momentum even after the lockup coming out of that hairpin. So we will have to see if this battle is over or if Rodriguez is able to keep up with Janis. Let's look a little bit further back, though, because it's looking like Aiden continues to fend off Michael and Ali. Here are the three of them. This is this really high speed back end of the course. They're just coming now in the run to the hairpin. This is going to be a big opportunity for overtaking. How about that, though? Ali around the outside for P10. Will not be out of the woods yet, though, because potentially a move back from Michael, not able to get there. Wow. So around the outside, Ali Salame able to work their way up into P10.
Excellent work and read of the situation from Ali. He is no veteran to sim racing, and he's actually, he's no slouch to sim racing, and he is a veteran of World of Racing, but now he's making a mistake now, getting the commentator's curse and slipping back 4 places down the order. With one little touch of the grass, he goes back down 4. So I was just singing his praises as Ali has just recently won an endurance event with World of Racing.
Oh, change for the lead. Sauger, another change for the lead. William Rasmussen's back at the point. What's happened here? Just like this, we've immediately got another battle for the lead. We thought Aaron Fitz on 1 lap pace was going to take off. But again, we continue to look back in the field and look at this, these plethora of battles further back. But these two continue to find ways to run into each other. I'm not sure if it was a mistake from Aaron or if William was just able to make that move on merit. But these guys, once again, are right next to each other. Oh, trouble, I believe, for Jacob Rodriguez, who I'm being told went into the pit lane. It looks like Tim also has come into the pit lane as well. That will be race number 2 done for him, which is heartbreaking. Jacob Rodriguez is indeed back out. I'm not sure why race control was freaking us out about that, but for a guy who could have potentially stood on the podium for race number 2, he'll try and battle for a top 10. Aaron Fritz continuing to put the pressure here on William Rasmussen. Does not want him to run away like last time. We'll see what he's able to do here with just under 8 minutes on the clock. Still a really good battle, though, further back forming up. We'll keep it right here, but just keeping you guys updated. It's still Jensen, Anthony, Jacob Rodriguez and company. Further back, looking as well, looks like Spencer, Alex, and Alicia battle for the best of the rest. Here's another move, though, as we're talking about that duel for the top 10. A little bit of a lockup from Aiden trying to fend off. Oh, from Jensen, big wiggle on exit, a little bit too much right foot, and that's what lets Aiden run away with it.
Looking further back, even more battles brewing, and there's a touch from Anthony into the back of Jensen, if I'm not mistaken, sending them sideways. Not sure if that was the causation or the result of getting sideways, but either way, the 55 of Anthony tumbles down into 13th position. Jensen and Ali inverting position as Jensen rejoins the racetrack. Ali easily gets on by into P11 there. Looking forward, back of the William and Aaron battle. Half a second separates these two combatants here tonight with 6:40 as they cross the line. Left on the clock, the times between them. William Rasmussen does have a faster lap, and I was going to say earlier, it did look like a very slow lap from William Rasmussen. And there's a mistake from the leader of the event. Headed down towards turn 3. He is stuck in the gravel trap, and that will be it for their duo right now, as William now has a 3-second gap to catch back up.
We'll have to wait and see, because again, it was a mistake from Aaron Fritz that even gave William a chance to get back into the lead. So we talk about this mind game of just trying to put the pressure on the guy in front of you and kind of force that mistake. That's exactly what Aaron Fritz just pulled on William Rasmussen. As again, these cars are definitely some of the most challenging to drive in vanilla Assetto Corsa.
Oh, for sure.
This guy's very much starting to feel the pressure. A little bit further back, Jacob Rodriguez up 2 positions has cleared Jensen and Ali Salame as he tries to put a move on Aiden Lieber just a little bit further up the road. Tell you what, though, you look back at William, there was a really good battle starting to form there before William's mistake. Andrew Janis fending off from Jacob Reese, Dylan Hilger, and Chris Lovell. A little bit further back, you had Alexandro Vielma, who was very much kind of on an archipelago of his own, slowly trying to work his way into this battle as well, but we'll keep it here in your battle for the top 10. Jacob Rodriguez, we're working our way through that high-speed right-handed hairpin. A little bit of a lockup from Rodriguez and a big slide on exit from Aiden. All of these guys overdriving, trying to either close the gap to a battle or separate themselves from a battle. And again, we talk about these load cell pedals being able to kind of fine-tune just how much pressure you're putting in these brake zones. These are old, hard Dunlop tires. They can't take the same level of grip as modern rubber. And these are older, less sophisticated braking systems as well. So again, rotating the car a lot different. These cars are a lot lighter as well. Less mechanical grip on tap. So a lot of these guys learning how to race these Group C monsters on the fly. Aaron Fritz, unshockingly, doing a great job of doing that. Jacob Rodriguez was looking to do so as well. But like so many of these drivers so far tonight, has made a mistake. Still plenty of points up for grabs. Rodriguez looking to the outside here. This is through the final complex of corners. We'll try to set up another crossover here as we come to the stripe. Is there going to be enough? Rod looking to the inside. Aiden trying to carry all of that momentum on the high line. But Rodriguez works his way up into P9. Not out of the woods yet, though. Potentially a swing back brewing from Aiden as we get into one of the heaviest braking zones here of turn number 2. And for the time being, Sagar, looks like Jacob Rodriguez is clear for 9th.
Clear for 9th for now. Looking at Jensen and Anthony's duo here, now turned into trio. Jensen, Anthony, and Andreas coming together at the hairpin, and now coming down the straightaway. It looks like they're all nose to tail. 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining on the clock, folks. Not too much time ticking away. Can they shake and bake? Can they make any moves to get any more points under their belt before we head into round number 3? And we'll nearly be at the halfway point. Well, I guess we are at the halfway point of this night pretty much once we get through the qualifying session. But once we get through the halfway point, there's no turning back. The drivers are all locked into their positions and know what they have left to fight for towards the end of the night. Once the championship standings get released, Jacob Rod finally gets around Michael, it looks like, and that duo up ahead.
So again, once we get down to our final... Once we complete round number 4 here, we're going to be sending guys home already. And for another 5 or so, they'll have a last chance qualifier. So we'll tell you more about that and how that will work as we work our way through the night and kind of work towards the final round. Looking good right now for Aaron Fritz. Second in race number 1. And looking to take the victory here in race number 2. William Rasmussen is closing that gap. Ali trying to make a move on Aiden, though, who already lost the position to Michael. Here we go. Around the outside, Salame trying to make that move. Not able to get there just yet. These final corners have been so good for setting up switchbacks. That's how we saw the move for Jacob Rodriguez earlier on. Ali again going for a wider arc, and Aiden going very wide on the exit is barely able to save it there with the oversteer. That'll make it easy for Salame to tiptoe on through for P10. 90 seconds on the clock here. Looking at lap times, let's see. This is definitely going to be the final lap for most. Haven't talked about Andres too much tonight as well. Fending off from Anthony as he tries to make a move on Jensen. Not within striking distance in turn 1. He's covering down low right now as Jensen tries to go around the outside. Looks like Jensen was very late on the brakes there and almost gave Andres that opportunity. Anthony trying around the outside, had nowhere to go, but just had to park it behind the bumper of Andres and is continuing to look for a way to go on through. Another bit of a peak here as we work our way through the bridge. That shadow right there is the crossover point. But Andres continuing to chug on through. And looks like we might have missed another mistake there from William Rasmussen, Sagar, because that gap once again, 3 seconds.
Yeah, monumental at this point. At 3.3 seconds, 3.7 seconds, with 30 seconds remaining, unable to overcome that mountain. We're looking at the battle for 13th and 12th position. Andreas trying to find a way through Jensen's vehicle, the number 55, versus the 55 Renault car. Looking pretty grippy out there, at least for the most part. The tires complying with what the drivers are putting down for the most part. Haven't seen any spills or thrills just yet, but with 1 second remaining, we're going to get some side-by-side action, possibly into the final couple of corners, as it looked like Anthony was going to try to send it up the inside into the final corner, but didn't quite have the real estate there to occupy it. And so Jensen gets to walk away with another corner corner ahead of this battling duo as Andreas continues to occupy defensive real estate going forward. Jacob and Andrew, though, 7-10 separating them, but it's the checkered flag. That's going to be it. Aaron in P1, William Rasmussen in P2, Andrew in P3, Jacob in P4. You're 7/10 away from that coveted podium. Dylan in P5, Chris in P6, Alejandro in P7, Jacob, Rod, and Michael in 8th and 9th. Ali rounding out your top 10.
Thought that was going to be a really good battle to the front, and in a way it was, just more of a mind game instead of one that was really fought on track. Jensen going to come out in front of this 3-car battle pack over Anthony and Andres, with Chris Lovell, Spencer, Clay T, Alex, Alicia, and Eddie rounding out the back of your pack. And unfortunately for Hunter and Tim, early retirements for those two, and it'll be a do or die attitude heading in to race number 3. But after William Rasmussen tried to fight back there to make it 2 in a row on the evening, just asked a little bit too much from his 787B, and it is indeed Aaron Fritz taking his first win of the night here at Magnificent Park. We'll step aside for just a moment. New track and new car coming up from the World of Racing Invitational. Halfway home in the first running of the World of Racing Invitational, Jackson Lambros, Sagar Bakshi, and we are tied at 1 apiece right now between Aaron and William Rasmussen as we head into the third round, the last one before we start sending some people home. And Sagar, I think we went from a very close battle to get things started at the Ridge, and we moved over to our fictional track with some difficult to drive cars, and things have been starting to get a little bit more difficult for these guys. Your thoughts so far here as we reach the halfway point?
I think they started difficult, got even more challenging, and now that I'm looking at the next car track combo, this might be one of the most challenging things they've done this night. I thought the Mazda 787 was going to be bad. I take it back. The Ferrari looks like it's pretty grueling out here for the least bit of time that the drivers have been out here. They just don't seem to be coming to grips with the car, I think, as fast as they would like to. We have a couple of drivers from the bottom of the grid of last race setting their personal best times right now. So with that being said, let's go trackside and see who's doing what with 16:30 left to go.
Sagar mentioned it was going to be a Ferrari, specifically our first ever Formula One car used in an esports event for World of Racing. Obviously, we do Formula One night, run that adjacent to the Formula One calendar. But this is special. The VRC Formula Alpha 2007, specifically the Forenzio F07. That's Virtual Racing Cars' take on the appropriately named Ferrari F2007, the last Ferrari to win a world championship, with Kimi Räikkönen at the wheel, kind of just in between the V10 era and the, would say the V8 era that everybody kind of knows and loves. One of the first seasons with everybody just making that migration over to the 2.4 liter 90-degree V8, making about 800 horsepower. But again, we're kind of halfway between that absolutely atrocious aerodynamics of the previous era and the much more reserved kind of high noses of 2010. So kind of the beginning of that evolution. Currently Aaron Fritz out on top with Tim in second, Aiden in third. But as we mentioned, Sagar, a lot of guys right now still trying to find their footing out on track.
Yes, they are. And here's Chris Lovell going a little bit deep and wide around this imaginary racetrack, allowing the rest of the field to come through on him right now as he builds space to build some confidence around this racetrack. This is something that's challenging. I just imagine the most challenging conditions you could ever ask for in sim racing. I don't know the track, I don't know the car. Put me in, try to make me go fast, and what, I'm doing it for money? Let's see how good you are actually at sim racing. This is the greatest thrill of my sim racing career, is watching these drivers go around this racetrack and do something like this, because this is something that has never been done before. Not that I've ever imagined in my lifetime would I ever be seeing. Absolutely phenomenal stuff here, brought to you by World of Racing and us here in the AK Esports UK broadcast booth. Love to have you here. Nowhere else I'd rather be on a Sunday evening than watching these drivers go around. The World of Racing has been around for a long time, and it's best of time that we support them as much as they've been supporting us and the sim racing community. Here goes Jacob, currently chasing down, I believe that would be Alex in front, and Dylan getting chased down by William, who is yet to set a lap. But will he now? Yes, he does. A 1:19.714, and that's already after about 8 minutes of qualifying running. The laps are finally getting set, but mistakes still being made by the drivers. No ABS on these vehicles, so a little bit challenging there, as you see the front right wheel just absolutely stop rotating, showing us physically the lockup. The simulator of set of course is absolutely amazing for showing us graphical details like that, Jackson.
So again, as we're very clearly seeing right now, no ABS, but these being some of the last cars to actually have traction control in Formula One, was temporarily banned from the late 90s up until 2001. They lifted it with the V10 rules and regulation overhaul in 2001, and this was the 7th and final year of allowing it before banning it for good. Have not had any assists to this point. So again, challenging cars to drive, but these guys getting a little bit more, getting at least a little bit of something to lean on in terms of getting back on the loud pedal. Again, talking about just how difficult it is to learn these cars, because again, this is very likely a car that a lot of these guys have never driven before, and certainly a track. We'll get to that in a second. But you talk about, for those of you who are new to World of Racing's Pro Series or how we do things competitively, usually these guys are given a car track combination at the start of the week for Pro Series. They get pretty much a whole week to come in and qualify, just do a 20-minute hot lapping session and see if they can even put down a single lap good enough to be on the board. That was starting with the Mustang GT3 at Estoril. And again, you give people time to at least adapt to that car track combo, see if they're fast enough to even qualify. These guys, they didn't know they were getting into this car at this track until literally, well, let's see now, about 15 minutes ago. So very much taking to it with a lot to learn, especially with something as powerful and as light as a Formula One car like this. But William Rasmussen, as well as Tim Heckman, coming in with a lot of speed so far. Tim Heckman, definitely someone to look out for as a dark horse, currently faster on track than Aaron Fritz. Let's talk about this track really quickly as well while we've got time. The Antalya Autodrome, while Magnificent Park was kind of a reimagination of what the 24 Hours of Le Mans, where that could be hosted. This is pretty much a reimagination of what a grade 1 circuit could look like in Turkey. Fictional circuit, unsurprisingly, in Antalya, as Andrew Janis goes around 2 layouts. We are running the longer 4.8 kilometer version Grand Prix layout. Not too much lore like the last one, but again, was originally made for R Factor 2 by Aaron Tucci, and was also given the adaptation over to Assetto Corsa, where we get to run it. Here is Alex Powell out on track, and I will attempt, if Mr. Bakshi can give me a good enough onboard here, we'll try and give you guys an onboard for a full lap. This is Alejandro Vielma. Couldn't think of a better guy to try and show us a way around here. Long straightaway here, what would be the DRS zone as we work our way hard into the anchors. Kind of like a reverse wall of champions here. Turns 1 and 2, flick to the right, a little bit of a flick to the left for turn number 2, a little bit of a veer to the left before turns 3 and 4. This long right-hander, a little bit of a lockup from Vielma. This will be switchback city here, though, as it's another hairpin off to the left. Turns 6 and 7, the straightaway that isn't really straight, kind of like shades of VIR here as we work our way towards the high speed turn number 9, uphill, off camber, big time commitment for the downforce, and it's only gonna get scarier here as we work our way through the S's. So much like a faster version of Silverstone as we work our way into the 3rd and final sector here. Faster part of the racetrack, turn number 10 here, flick to the left, and then another heavy braking zone here as we work down to the back paddock chicane. Tight 90-degree right-hander, hip toe back on the throttle. Gets really, really narrow right here. An overtaking opportunity here in turn 12 if you're brave enough, and if you're able to get things right, dial in traction control enough, this long straightaway could give you another opportunity as we complete a lap here at Antalya Autodrome. Aaron Fritz, your fastest. How about Dylan Hiller working his way on to the top 3, with William Rasmussen dropping down, Tim Heckman in 4th, Chris Lovell in 3rd, Jacob Rodriguez in 6th. And it's starting to get actually shockingly tight up here, Sagar. I know usually we see 1 or 2 guys run away with it, but Aaron Fritz, of course, I could be saying this right now. It's looking good right now, but with the lap Aaron Fritz could be cooking up right now, this could be a 2nd or so gap. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Aaron Fritz could really throw anything at us at this point in time. Who knows who really is a Formula Master? Like you said, this is the first time that we're seeing it here with World of Racing. I know we did do the Formula 2000s, I believe, but nothing of this magnitude, power, and speed that the drivers have had to contend with up until this point. So maybe some of these drivers are some closet F1 sim racers and have some skill and some speed behind the wheel of F1 cars. They're a little bit too reactive, and I don't have the reaction speed to keep up with them. That's why I don't drive them personally. So I feel like you have to have a certain type of mindset and training before you even get behind the wheel of a Formula One car, because of how much power and speed it have. How do you feel about that, Jackson? Or did you ever race Formula One cars in your day?
Not too much in the really high fidelity sims. I played so much of the Codemasters F1 games growing up, F1 17 to F1 19. But like, I think Empty Box, who's a really well-known YouTuber on iRacing, ooh, big step out there for Aaron Fritz. Matt or Empty Box really put it best of why you see at the top level sims, iRacing, Assetto Corsa, etc., why you don't see that many guys do it. And that's just because of the depth of it. And you love to see the amount of depth that, you know, RSS and VRC are constantly putting out in these model cars. What iRacing and, what iRacing Studios is doing with Mercedes, with Williams, to bring those current reg models into the game. But the issue I feel like a lot of these guys have is just how much time you have to put in it for the returns, because this is so much to set up to really do a flying lap. Where you look at like a next gen cup car to go do Daytona, it's plug and play, right? You've got what you have is probably a fast setup, which is just maximize straight line speed, make some slight changes. You've got like 10 different pages of dampers you can tinker with on the modern F1 stuff. Yeah. So don't get me wrong, for hot laps, it's incredibly fun. But I think to do it in an online setting or in a multiplayer setting like this, it does need to be a spec kind of closed spec setup, spec car closed setup environment like that. And I think that's why this is already still pretty quick. Not as close as Aaron Fritz would like to be to William Rasmussen at this point with 5 minutes on the clock. But we will have to see. Chris Lovell working his way out of the final corner, coming to the line. Improved on time, will go up into P4 at 1:19.702. 5 minutes to go on the clock. Be back in a little bit, but we'll leave you for now with the sights and sounds of F1 V8s in Turkey. 2.5 minutes to go in practice here in Antalya. Jackson Lambros and Sagar Bakshi, again, happy to have you with us for the first running of the World of Racing Invitational. Let's give you a quick update on our point standings here, heading into round 3 of the evening. William Rasmussen over Aaron Fritz right now. Fritz, your winner with 210. Rasmussen with 204. Andrew Janis has 178. Jacob Rice is at 166 in 5th. Dylan Hilger in that 6th place spot with 154. Alexander Vielma in 7th with 135. 130 is Chris Lovell in 8th. Ali Salame in 9th with 115. Michael Flores rounds out your top 10 with 100 points. And then tied for 11th right now is Aiden Dorsey-Caro and Jacob Rodriguez. We say that because after this round, if you are in the top 10 in standings, you are officially safe. You are clear to advance into the 4th and final round. For everybody else, from P11 back to P23, it is all up to you to fight for it in the Last Chance Qualifier. Everybody going out as we see a little bit of carnage out on track. But after this, it will be basically a 15 driver LCQ. That will be I believe it will be just a single car hot lapping session. Don't think it's going to be an actual race, but the top 5 drivers from that will advance, and we will have 15 cars for round 4. Now, whether those points count towards the final round, or whether it's just whoever's in round 4 and wins the Invitational, I'm not entirely sure just yet. We'll have to find out. How about Jacob Rice?
Big gains.
Purple Sector 2 gets his way up in the P2, just under 3/10 off the pace. Ali Vielma up over the hill. Will he be able to find improvement? Again, just on that, well, not quite on that bubble, actually. P7 for him. We'll have to wait and see. Talked a little bit about Vielma doing a lot of sim racing in 2025, so much so that he punched his ticket to the Racing Prodigy Series. Started in 3 races, I believe, for BS competition. Actively races out in Riverside in the AMP SoCal Sprinters League. Was your 2025 champion in that, so regional level champion and a virtual one as well. We'll see what he can do to lock his way in to round number 4. Chris Lovell, a little bit too much right foot there coming out of the chicane, as Andrew, I believe, is working his way into the final corner here. Andrew Janis, another guy who's done a handful of real world racing this year as well. Still not quite old enough to get into the big car stuff, but has had a blast driving for Hainer Racing Team in Central California, CCKC, as well as doing a little bit of SCUSA Pro Kart Challenge. There's a go-kart race in Southern California, a really good chance he's been there, as well as Rock Vegas, but done a handful of the junior racing. Moved up from the cadet chassis up to junior, and for a kid who's only, I believe, 13, a little bit young to be doing that, but has been punching above his weight class. So William Rasmussen, your quickest driver to get us done in free practice. Jacob Reese in 2nd, Aaron Fritz in 3rd, Andrew Janis is 4th, Dylan Hilger 5th, Chris Lovell in 6th, Jacob Rodriguez 7th, Andres is 8th, Christopher in 9th, with Tim Heckman rounding out your top 10. We'll step aside here and let these guys get some laps in these Ferraris, but once we get to the tail end, be hearing from us again here. Back in a little bit.
And we're back, folks, with some more action qualifying underway. Currently, we have William Rasmussen topping the charts right now with a 1:18.239 last lap, best lap just set for a few drivers. And we have Jacob in P2 with a 1:18.586. I'll leave him 3/10 back. Then Aaron Fritz on the Fritz in third position, Chris Lovell in fourth position, Jacob Rodriguez in fifth position, Alejandro in sixth, Ali in seventh, Christopher in eighth, Andreas in ninth, Tim Heckman in 10th, who was looking good earlier on in the qualifying session or in the free practice section. Not looking so great now outside the top 10 and being threatened by Jensen in 11th position.
Just dancing around that delta right now. I believe it was like 200ths the drop there. But again, guys we're looking at right now who are on the bubble: Michael Flores, Ali Salame in 9th and 10th respectively, Aiden Dorsey-Caro, Jacob Rodriguez, and Jensen Lucas in 11th to 13th. Those guys with a good result here could be working their way into a lock-in, shall we say, for the fourth and final round. Again, nothing absolutely denied here if you don't make the top 10 after this round, but you will have to battle for it. I should also mention top 6 in qualifying do get top 5 in qualifying get an additional set of points as well, with pole position getting you 10, second getting you 7th, 5th, 3, and 1 all the way back to P5. So still William Rasmussen on pole, but that could be huge for a lot of these guys further back. We know Tim might be hiding something here. A whole second up on pace right now, actually, as he crosses the line in Sector 2 and trying to race his way in. So too is Aiden, personal best in the first 2 sectors. About 0.6 up on pace as well. Aaron Fritz on a flyer coming out of the first sector, purple in Sector 1, matter of fact. Just under 0.76 on gains for him. No gains right now, though, for William and Jacob. Still 5 minutes to go here in qualifying.
5 minutes left to go with the drivers putting in around 130s. Let's call them 118s, excuse me, not 130s, as I just saw outlaps being posted by William Rasmussen. Got a new fresh pair of boots and he's back out there. And who is that coming to fruition? Is that Andrew Janis into fourth position there, sneaking his way in as he is about 0.4 down in the number 17 car. And we have Chris in fifth place, 0.7 back. Aaron finds first place with a 1:18.099, topping the charts in front of William Rasmussen by a 10th and a bit now.
Purple Sector 1 is what kind of helped him get that party started, but it is still tight on that front row, 0.140. The gap between P1 and 2, a little bit further back. Jacob Reese and Andrew Janis trying to close that gap. Almost half a second of gains here.
Yeah.
For Reese. Where is he? William Rasmussen trying to respond as well. He was off track for most of that, so we'll try that one more time. Jacob Reese just coming across the line to end Sector 1. No improvement for him. Best Sector 1, though, for Andrew Janis as well. Goes green. He's about 0.3 up. Chris Lovell finding improvement as well his last time through. As we mentioned, improves up into P5. Still not finding anything quite yet, though, to advance. Just behind him, the other Christopher, whose name I cannot remember, last name I mean. We'll try and get an update for them. 6th fastest overall right now. We'll try to get you an update on that. But William Rasmussen looking to put a solid lap together. No time gained on sector, or no time improved, excuse me, in Sector 1, but is looking to be almost 0.8 quicker here. He's unlocked something in Sector 2.
And Jacob unlocking something in Sector 3 himself, finding it purple, 19.655 in that third sector. He's already up on his personal best, around 3/4 of a second. Jacob could be a contender this time around, as all he needs is 3/10 of a second to get into pole position and some coveted points to stay in this championship battle.
118.099 for Aaron last time by 118.226 for Rasmussen. That gap does indeed shrink a little bit, but nothing notable. 127 now. Jacob Reese finding a little bit more as well. 118.332. That's just over 2/10 between himself and the pole position. Andrew Janis still needs to find a little bit more. 6/10 the gap for him. Jacob Rodriguez, another guy we thought would surprise us. Looks incredibly strong in the 787 round. Just about an hour or so ago, is 7th on the timing charts right now. We'll see what he can do further back. Personal best lap, or excuse me, personal best sector 3 for Aaron Fritz to end that lap. No improvement for him though. 118.282 that last time by. Again, 118.099 magic number to beat. Another fun fact about these Ferraris, this was indeed the barcode era of the Marlboro sponsorship. That's a fancy way of saying the last years that they were sponsored, as, again, the heavy tobacco restrictions were being put in place in a handful of countries where Formula One was racing, and Marlboro, still pumping a ton of money into Scuderia Ferrari at that point, wanted to keep their involvement in a different way. This is obviously way before Mission Winnow and the Sebastian Vettel, Charles Leclerc days, but basically what they came up with was a barcode-like pattern, which, when driving by at full speed, believed to kind of mimic the Marlboro logo.
Oh, wow.
So many... so that kind of in and of itself has become very much iconic from that era, kind of the late 2000s, early 2010s, of the pseudo mind games that Marlboro was trying to... I cannot pronounce it. Marlboro. To try and be like, ooh, you want to buy cigarettes? Ooh, you want to buy cigarettes? It's working for Aaron Fritz right now. Another fastest lap for him. 117.831. 30 seconds left on the clock. No improvement for Rasmussen here, as he'll come to the line off track in a minute off pace. Jacob Reese was quickest in Sector 1 in his last time around, but that lap went away from him, was an 18.394. Andrew Janis still trying to find something as well. But further back, Chris Lovell, Christopher, Jacob Rodriguez, Ali Andres, and Alexandro Vielma working his way into the mix as well. Relatively packed field here, with just about second and a half separating our top 10. Here comes Michael Flores as well, P9 for him. The best position. A lot of guys immediately coming back into the pits though. Jacob Reese, Chris Lovell, Michael Flores, and Aiden. A lot of guys immediately coming back to the pits. Who still has a flyer at this point? Aaron Fritz might. He's 2/10 down from his last lap. Jacob Reese might have something as well. Of course, minute I say that, he is actually back in the pits, but Christopher looking for something. Half a second down with him. Believe he might have gone off track, though. So increasingly starting to look like this will be another Aaron Fritz pole position. Jacob did have a really good lap, unfortunately went off track when he was about 6/10 down from his last lap, and immediately ended his qualifying session. So William Rasmussen, who I believe is still on track, has come back to the pits. So it will be all eyes at this point on Jacob Rodriguez as he improves up into P5. 118.836, nearly half a second from his last lap. Was hoping for a top 10 and ends up in the top 5. Aaron Fritz, William Rasmussen, your front row. Looking a little bit further back, Jacob Reese, Andrew Janis, Jacob Rodriguez, Chris Lovell, Christopher, Ali Solanes, Michael Flores, and Andres, rounding out your top 10.
So Jacob Rodriguez being our closet F1 driver.
Have to wait and see what he can do there. Further back, has shown us pace in this high downforce stuff. We saw it with the Mazda. We'll have to wait and see what he can do, though, from P5. It was a drop back from him, started in second, ended in third. We'll see what he can do from P5, and if anybody can break the Andrew and William show out in front. Lights are out. We're racing for round number 3. Aaron Fritz, actually pole position was on the outside, but will still try and be the first one to the apex for turn number 1. He is everybody locking up into turn number 1 here, Sagar. Big time carnage. Nobody going off, but everybody overdriving into that opening chicane. Jacob Rice, one of the drivers not to do so, as everybody is locking up. Andres gets collected. Big trouble further back. More and more drivers making contact. And the first of the big ones here coming out at Antalya.
Wow, oh wow, that was a little bit unexpected, but I thought the drivers had it under control for the most part. Green flag driving still at Antalya, Turkey, but man, oh man, would I have expected a race restart there due to the carnage that ensued so early on in this event. I know it wasn't a lap 1, turn 1 incident, but so many drivers got collected in it, and now it's going to be a mad sprint to the end. 16 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock. The drivers have their work cut out for them. Looking forward to this one, that's for sure. William Rasmussen leads over Aaron Fritz into P1 as we just see Chris Lovell get passed by Clay T. It looked like he was a sitting duck there for just a moment. Side by side with Jacob. No, with Clay T, excuse me, there. And a little bit of a lockup will conclude that battle. Here comes back Clay T at Chris on the inside line, leading down towards turn 1. Switches back over to the optimal racing line, opens the door back up for Chris, loops it around into the Red Bull board we go.
Looking a little bit further up, Dylan Hilger looking for another top 5 to lock himself into the big show of race number 4, trying to track down Alejandro Vielma just a smidge up the road, equidistant from P6 and P4. Jacob Rodriguez able to get one spot at the start. Vielma, I believe, snagging a couple as well on the start. But further back, Tim Heckman trying to work forward as well. Michael Flores tried to make a move to the inside there and was just the thought of a move just a smidge too early. A little bit further back, though, Tim continuing to battle there. I believe Aiden Caro, as a lot of battles starting to develop very early on here for race number 17. 15 minutes to go. We're on the nose right now of Spencer as he tries to take a look to the inside of Eddie. These guys, the good news is a lot of these guys have had really good battles. The bad news is it's been outside of the top 10, and there hasn't been a lot of coexistence, not a lot of urge to work together or let each other stay in line. Everybody thinking they've got the fastest machine, the fastest hands of the pack, and wants to lead them. And that's what's kind of led them to kind of constantly reshuffle. Not a lot of opportunities to move forward. Spencer trying to do that again here through turn number 5. Oh, I'm 90% sure there was contact there, Sagar. But looks like Alex and Eddie just totally went sailing off.
Yeah. And I think there might have been contact up here between William Rasmussen and Aaron Fritz, because there was about a 2/10 gap side by side through some of the fastest parts of the racetrack when they plummet down the hill into that double left-hander. And now crisscross applesauce Andrew Janis is trying to find his way through, but Jacob Rodriguez is there threatening with any mistake made by Andrew Janis. It'll be the opportunity for Jacob Rodriguez to pick up the pieces, but also all this battling and defending that's going on right now is dragging Alejandro into the mix, who's pulling out a faster lap than the drivers behind them. And there's a big moment for Aaron Fritz. Holy Toledo! That was a big one going down in towards turn 1.
I think it was wheels locked there between himself and Andrew Janis, and off into the gravel trap goes your current points leader. And this is absolutely fireworks for what William Rasmussen wants right now to maintain this championship lead. And that will promote himself up into P2, or excuse me, that'll lock the lead in for Rasmussen. Andrew Janis up into P2, and now a battle for the bottom step of the podium. as it looks like Jacob Rodriguez looked to have that P3 spot locked in. He goes wide. Vielma, Hillman, and Salame go right on through. And Jacob Rodriguez drops down to 6, just a little bit further back. Looks like Aiden in the mix as well. Michael Flores, where is he in the mix as well? He's in the top 10. He's in P9. He's looking in a solid spot. Ali Salame looks like he'll be locked in for a spot for race number 4, a little bit further back. Well, Aiden Doherty Caro exactly where he wants to be as well. He's P7. He'll get himself enough points potentially to lock himself into the main event. But for guys like Chris Lovell, Dylan Hilger, and Jacob Rice, especially Jacob Rice, this is very much red alert as he might have to race himself in through the LCQ. Further up the road, though, Alejandro Vielma has found a guy he's raced with in real life on the kart track many a times. Andrew Janis is right there. Dylan Hilger not too far behind. And just like that, Alexandro Vielma looking for his first podium in the World of Racing Pro Series. Not if Dylan Hilger has anything to say about it. He is right in his tracks here as we work our way down the hill into the final corners. Heavy braking zone here as we work our way towards the paddock hairpin. Over the hill, and again, it's all faith in downforce, keeping those Bridgestone tires glued to the ground and just trying to be smooth and precise on the brakes. Being a little bit less on lockups here at this point in the evening. I think guys are finally starting to not just learn it, but get that early race jitters out of their system. So a lot of these guys really locked in. Jacob Reese continuing to try and drive his way forward, trying to work a way around Eddie De Leon. We'll try the inside here as we work our way down the hill. Might be a done deal. De Leon still with an opportunity here on the outside. Jacob with a little bit of a lockup will make it possible, but Eddie thinks smarter of it. P18 now for Jacob Reese as he continues to drive back, just under 11 minutes on the clock.
Let's go up ahead and see about Aaron's recovery drive right now. Back up into 13th position. Green flags are flying for this entire event from green to checkered flag. We're here with you. This is AK Esports UK production. And there goes Aaron up the inside line on Michael. And that'll be a lap 2-for-1 special as now Michael gets passed by Jensen as well on this lap, lap 5 of this 20-minute race that we have going on here with World of Racing. Dylan 7/10 back from Alejandro, who's 7/10 back from Andrew. The battle for the podium still rages on and continues to be something. Oh, there's a big lockup from Dylan coming down into the bottom of the key. Couldn't keep it under control too well. Loses out a significant amount of time, about 0.3 of a second there in that lockup. Up ahead, though, Andrew and Alejandro going toe-to-toe in towards turn 1 and through this slow chicane. The driver's going to keep it nose to tail for now.
We'll see the more those two battle. Hilger just behind in that all-white number 22 will try to find his way into the mix, tiptoeing down the hill here, out through the S's. And all Alejandro Vielma is going to want to do here is just keep himself in contention, keep himself within striking distance, and try and not focus on that hard-charging car behind. Vielma goes wide. Trouble for Alejandro Vielma. He went wide at the top of the hill. Dylan Hilger goes through for his first time on the podium. On top of that, Salame, his first running in the top 5. Alejandro Vielma with trouble, and now here comes Jacob Rodriguez. Vielma trying to take that position back on Salame, not able to get there just yet. This could be a dive further back, though, from Rodriguez. Here comes Vielma. Late lunge on the brakes, but Salame locks the wheels up and will drop down to P6. A lot has happened in a very little amount of time. And Alejandro Vielma now putting Jacob Rodriguez by. Slow slide further back. Ali able to save it in the final corner, barely.
Tim Heckman now chasing down Aiden in front, 0.2 faster on that previous lap, but I don't think it'll be enough to get by. We all know catching is one thing, passing is a whole nother ball game, and we'll have to see about Tim Heckman's pace and what he can do. Ali unfortunately tumbles down the order into P8 after his rise into the top 5. Unfortunate drop there. And who is that? Is that Dylan getting exchanged with Alejandro? Yes, it is Alejandro escaping up the road by 0.6 of a second. Jacob Rodriguez now looking like he wants a piece of Dylan.
Rodriguez trying to make a return on what could have been at Magnificent Park in the Mazdas. Not too far from a podium now. We'll look to the inside of Hilger. Not enough speed there to try the inside down the hill, and that would have kept him exposed to a switchback right here in the paddock hairpin. So we'll try and stay in the tracks, but importantly, Alejandro Vielma in just one lap went from 3rd to 6th and then back up into 3rd. That's unfortunately hurt his shots at P2 there, with Andrew trying to work his way, or excuse me, Andrew trying to fend off for 2nd place, but oh boy, more trouble. Michael Flores might have actually retired. I'm not entirely sure. We knew he was further back in, I believe, P14, P13. There he is, currently 10th in the standings coming into round number 3, but finds himself now P14 out on track. Tim Heckman making contact. Aiden Caro going around. Oh my goodness. Aiden Caro, who's trying to lock in his spot as well, was up into P6, but just got the chrome horn from Heckman in more trouble. Solane now dropping back into P11. What on earth has happened here? Andres drives through up into P9, and Aaron Fritz finds himself into the top 10.
Talk about a lot happening in a short amount of time. That was a lot of action in a very short amount of time. Aaron Fritz now finds his way in the number 69, finding his way forward into the top 10 finally, after a grueling fall to the bottom of the order, working his way back up, or even clawing his way back through the grid. Finds himself 0.3 back from Andres, who's next up on the order of things. And a few more cars up the road with 5 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. I think he has enough time to get some stuff done. There goes Alejandro trying to make a move on Andrew Janis, but couldn't quite make the move stick. The battle for 2nd and 3rd rages on as William Rasmussen escaped up the road by 14 seconds now.
And dude, Helger is still right there, that plain white 22, looking for an opportunity. And the minute I say that, the commentator's curse is real. Vielma with trouble as well, had to stand on the brakes there to keep it out of the grass. And that will allow Jacob Rodriguez. What were we just talking about? The opportunity for him to stand on the podium could once again be renewed as he works his way up into P3, capitalizing on the mistakes of this man right here, Vielma, in that number 9 red and black machine. Further back, great battle here. Aiden trying to work his way through as one car really off further back. I think that is Solane in the 9. Yeah, Ali Solane with Tim Heckman trying to work his way into the mix. And again, looking at Aaron right now. The goal is to just recover. You're pretty much locked into the show at this point, but
yeah,
more likely than not, our standings after this will determine your starting grid for race number 4, I believe. And at that point, we're just trying to see who makes the LCQ. And the finishing order of that will likely determine the rest of the field. So at this point, it's still just making the most of what you've got here with 4.5 minutes on the clock. But Aiden Dorsey Caro is one of those drivers trying to lock himself into the final round. He does not want to deal with an extra race and extra car track combination. He just wants to have a little bit of time off the rig to kick back and relax before the final round. But 11th in the points and 10th on track, it's going to be very, very close. Jacob Rodriguez, now the chosen one to try and reel in Andrew Janis. And funnily enough, it's literally just been Andrew Janis focusing in front of him, just letting the guys behind him make mistakes, battle each other, and kind of get tangled with one another, trying to catch him. And that's paid off massively for him. Still, though, untouchable. William Rasmussen Sager, 16.5 seconds up from the field.
He's pulling out nearly 2 seconds a lap on the rest of the field. Just to put that in perspective, that is absolutely rapid around this track. It's rapid around any track to say it in the slightest, but doing it around here in these cars, in this machinery, after what he's been through tonight already, is got to be a sure proven challenge. A 120.1 proven to be the fastest lap for Alejandro, but Dylan with a 118 getting pulled out already. Expect to see that gap drop between himself and Alejandro over the next lap or so, potentially securing P4. Excuse me. Anthony falling down into P7 behind Aaron Fritz, who's found his way up into P6 somehow, some way, sneaking his way 4 positions up the order while we weren't looking.
One of the guys we really haven't talked about all that much this weekend, Anthony Motz, in that 11 kind of Benetton-themed livery, is looking rock steady. But currently needs any luck he can get right now, as T is 19th in standings right now. Has not even been in the top 10 yet. That could change. The podium could change now as Rodriguez looks to the outside in paddock corner. He'll get the inside here for paddock bed. Won't even need it, fully clear of him by the final corner with 2 minutes on the clock. Andrew Janis loses that spot to a rocket fast Jacob Rodriguez.
That is very, very good for Jacob Rodriguez right now. Pulls out nearly a second on that lap alone. I wonder if Andrew Janis's tires just not complying with him any longer. We were talking about that off air a little bit. These tires are the ribbed versions, the grooved version. Thank you very much. So they will generate heat a lot quicker than the full slick tires or the full hard compound tires. So interestingly enough, they will get to working temperature quicker, but that does mean that they will fade away a little bit faster potentially. So perhaps Andrew Janis's tires are just fading away that much faster, and Alejandro now looking at a potential P3 in the closing 1 minute and 15 seconds of this event.
Just over 60 seconds to go on the clock. Jacob Rodriguez finally clearing the way through Andrew Janis for P2. But you can maybe cue the Jaws music, because Alejandro Vielma is not out of this fight just yet. Just over a second the gap here, but anything can happen in this closing lap. And that includes Andrew Janis, who could very likely swing back at Rodriguez. What's the play going to be here, though, for Janis? If he puts the pressure on Rodriguez, that's immediately going to bring Vielmo into the fight and give him an opportunity to swing back. We'll have to wait and see. 30 seconds on the clock. Surely the white flag here for William Rasmussen, with a 20-second gap now over this pack. Chris Lovell trying to drive his way back into the field, as well, is off on standings right now. Will more than likely be in the LCQ. Ali and Aiden side by side a little bit further back here on the run into turn number 1. Looks like Solane was the first to get there, but I think Aiden Caro tried to swing back. Went a little bit too deep on the brakes, locked it up. We'll have to settle for P12. Looking a little bit further up, Andrew Janis still trying to swing back on Jacob Rodriguez, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Andres in P9. Still trying to get that prime amount of points. Again, we're right at that bubble for guys who are going to be able to qualify and not have to race in the LCQ. But out of the final corner for the final time, not too surprising that the guy that's driven so much open wheel stuff in iRacing feels right at home. And the F2007, William Rasmussen, back to back on the evening, and will take his second one, and has found a way to turn off the traction control and do some donuts. And it looks like Jacob Rodriguez is going to be able to clear Andrew Janis. Yes, he will. Alejandro Vielma home in P4. Dylan Hilger in 5th. Aaron Fritz, how about that for a recovery drive? Essentially last to 6th. Anthony Mott in 7th. Looking a little bit further back, where was Christopher Hare? 17th on the standings. That'll help him as well with a P8 finish. Andres Luna home in 9th. Tim Heckman rounding out your top 10. And unfortunately, and Dorsey Caro was looking for that to be the race to lock him into the final round. He will certainly have to race for it now with the P12 result. A little bit further back, Jensen Lucas in 13th, Chris Lovell in 14th. I believe that was Jensen just doing that absolute Tokyo drift there Looking a little bit further back, Jacob Reese also very much a heart through the dagger for his race. We'll have to see where he's ended up. But further back, unfortunately, our MX5 Cup regular Spencer Hutchinson still trying to find his pace in these open wheelers. We'll have to settle for P18 with Clay Hudson in 20th, Hunter Clark in 21st, and Eddie DeLeon rounding out your field of 22. We'll step aside here and get you guys an update on point standings and who's racing into the big show when we come back from the World of Racing Invitational. just like that, we have reached the final round of the World of Racing Invitational, as we have reached, well, back where it all started here, Sagar. It's Estoril International Circuit, where we did round 1 of the Pro Series, the first qualifying round for this very event, only we return here with a very different machine, and Alex going for a mighty ride there in his, proving that these cars are pretty tough to tame.
Yeah, untamed wild Mustangs, to say the least. These things are volatile for certain.
So these are the, oh, yep, Alex going around again. These are the Audi 90, or, well, it's branded by VRC as the Ariel 90 GTO. We were going to tell you about how planted these cars are since they're all-wheel drive. We'll talk about that system more in a minute, but a lot of these guys already getting some big-time World Rally Championship style slides out of them. Aaron Fritz taking to it like a boat to water, though. Fastest in Sector 1. I don't know who he just moved Dale Senior style out of the way there. But will work his way to the back half of the racetrack. But these cars are sick. Very, very old school World Rally Championship technology adapted for American road racing. What Audi accidentally made is the most dominant sports car in American endurance racing history, or at least in American touring car history. Straight 5, turbo the size of a small child. I'm not entirely sure on numbers specifically, but pretty much a car that really came from a necessity for Audi. Was trying to expand their roots in America, and unfortunately was hit with a really big lawsuit in the 80s, something about faulty throttle pedals, specifically for the Audi 90, which I would kind of best describe as a kind of like, at the time, a 5 or 6 series competitor from Audi. But we're already dominating in the World Rally Championship. They had done enough in America with Pikes Peak, with Michel Mouton, Walter Roland Company, and they figured, we've got the technology, we've got the people here, let's go sports car racing. And that initially started out with a with kind of a predated version of this car, kind of a bigger duckbill wing. I think actually the VRC mod has that as well, but a Trans Am spec of this car. It's dominated so hard that it literally got banned after 1 year, went over to IMSA and ran in the Camel GT Challenge, and was banned, I believe, 2 years after that. Was absurdly fast, absolutely insane in the competition, just because no one else at the time had all-wheel drive, or at least had it implemented to the point that Audi did. Toyota experimented it with the Celica and tried, but was nowhere near as competent as Audi. And what we were left with was literally a rally car for the road. One of the coolest cars, in my opinion, in sim racing.
100%. One of the coolest cars in sim racing. So versatile, can do just about anything from rally to road racing. This car is absolute machine. The Ariel Sport here is doing a phenomenal job of showcasing why it is going to be the final combo of the night. The LCQ has been removed for moving straight into the final combo of the evening, folks, and the champions will be decided from here on out going into the final event of the evening. Man, oh man, Jackson Lambros, do you ever think we would be here at this point in time, coming down to the final couple of minutes of this event? I mean, we have less than an hour left to go. What are your thoughts on who's going to come out on top?
I mean, I literally thought no, because we were supposed to be doing this invitational when I was out in Willow Springs with the FKL people, with Rasmussen and Vielma, but no, been an absolute thrill covering this group of people, this series, this league. There's some phenomenal people I've gotten to meet, not only the Janus family, but obviously Alejandro Vielma, William Rasmussen, and very much has felt like home for us, but very, very happy to be a part of this, and something that I wish existed when I was a kid, because I would have been screaming at my parents to be taking me here like every single weekend. Unfortunately, with adult money, we'll have to find some other ways here to make the Tustin trips appear a little bit more frequently for me. But I'll take cover in it just as fine. Hey, it's been William Rasmussen out front for a vast majority of this, and Aaron Fritz now starting to bring it back. I'm still thinking it's going to be William Rasmussen at this point. Guy has just been really, really fast. We've seen him in the MX-5s, we've seen him in the Pro Series, and the adaptability was really, really proven to us earlier, as that's a big time slide there from Dylan Hilger. Working his way onto the back straightaway. But this is absolutely going to be a dogfight down to the very end. But the question is, William and Aaron looking to win on points. Who do we have for an outsider? Could Chris Lovell, who we're seeing right here in the 7, get it done? Jacob Rodriguez just stood on the podium in the Ferraris. Could he potentially sneak on through? Tim Heckman shocking us with pace as well. Does he have an outside chance? Of course, hard to mention any of this without mentioning the guy that just tiptoed into 3rd, Andrew Janis.
Yes.
Who was our first MX-5 Cup champion. We'll have to see. But in outright consistency right now, looking like it's going to be either William Rasmussen or Aaron Fritz. Hard for us to think anything else in the booth. I'm not sure what you've got here, Sauger.
No, I'm thinking the same thing. It's got to be the William and the Aaron show right now. That's for sure. Aaron needs to tie this one up to get his points back that he desperately needs after a terrible round 3, just an incident that didn't go his way, resulting in him tumbling pretty much down to last place and having to work his way through the field all the way back up into P6 is where he ended up. So did a great job of managing the conditions or managing what was in front of him, but really unfortunate there. Andrew Janis also not having a good run of things so far, has pretty much been out of the mix for the most part until earlier on this night where he was able to get his first podium. But he's doing a good job now, resting his head into P4 as Chris Lovell finds P3, 1.1 off the pace with 5:30 left to go on the clock. Plenty of time for the drivers to still stitch something together.
So this is going to be points based as we work our way into the final round. Let's get you a better idea of the picture here heading into round number 4. Rasmussen, as mentioned, your points leader. He's at 311. Aaron Fritz, after that recovery drive, is on the back foot here at 290. Andrew Janis is in 3rd with 266. Then it's Dylan Hilliger with 229. After that, Alex Vielma at 215. Jacob Reese at 191 in 7th. Jacob Rodriguez, Chris Lovell, Ali Salame rounding out your top 5. I still got to figure out the math here and figuring out how that will work out. But as they stand right now, William Rasmussen definitely getting himself some insurance if he manages to find a pole position. Will give himself even more space. That Tokyo Drift is not helping him do that right now, though. But when you're 8/10 up from the remainder of the field, I guess you're allowed to get away with that.
Yeah, burn up some rubber, use up the tire sets, whatever your heart's desire at that point in time. 8/10 back is going to be the next person, and that's Aaron Fritz. Wow. Oh, wow. That is absolutely insane. The next fastest driver on the grid and the next driver up in the championship standings, 311 points to William Rasmussen currently. Next to him is going to be Aaron Fritz in P2 with 290 and 266 for Andrew Janis in 3rd position, with Dylan Hilger in 4th position with 299. And it's very close on the championship standings. 100 points being gifted out to the victor of each round and 10 points given out to the pole position, it looks like, on the point standings.
Your final car of the evening by the numbers. 2.2 liter inline 5 with a 6-speed manual dog box. That one is cranking out roughly 710 brake horsepower. That's race rated. I'm not sure what this thing was even doing during qualifying. Probably stump face melting. We'll have to wait and see. That's about on par, though, with what we saw from Group B cars of the era, as this thing, again, absolutely dominated. Won the group GTP, or excuse me, GTO championship in 1988. But for a car making 700 horsepower, only weighing about 1,200 kilograms, not half bad. I've been talking about the car too much. Let's talk about the track. Circuito del Estoril, again, where we started our Pro Series adventures here with the Ford Mustang Dark Horse GT3s. First opened in 2000 and has been host to the, opened in the late 80s, has been redesigned. We're running on its most recent layout, first introduced in 2000, but has been host of World Superbikes, FIM's Motor Junior World Championships, obviously Formula One with the Portuguese Grand Prix. That was from 1984 to 1996, I believe. Yes. But a lot of top class venues here, and very cool to see this area. Unfortunately, not this track getting Formula One attention, as Formula One will be set to return to Algarve in 2026, but very similar track, same level of elevation change, not as much as Lime Rock Park, which I was hoping. Wanted to drop this last tidbit about the Audi, then I swear I'll shut up about it. Thing went so fast, made so much horsepower, that it literally wheelied when going over the crests at Lime Rock Park. Really, really cool picture of Hans Stuck, who was one of the best-known DTM drivers who came over to the States to race it. 6'4" dude, looked like Donkey Kong in Mario Kart driving this thing. Well, literally was getting hang time in upstate Connecticut driving this thing. Pretty cool. Let's try and find someone we can drive on board with. I'm liking Michael, if we can do that. Wouldn't mind being like Mike right now, so let's hop on board with Michael Flores and see if we can go for a lap around the historical home of the Portuguese Grand Prix. Off of the rev limiter here in turn number 6, curve 1. Unlike Portimao, not a flick. Big diving moment on the brakes, nearly a hairpin here as we work our way towards curve 2. Another flick to the right, a little bit more speed to carry. Plenty of curbing on the outside. Another good overtaking opportunity here into curve 3. Late apex to set yourself up for turn 4, or curve VIP. In camber, lot of grip there if you've got it. And Michael hugging all of that curbing on the inside. A little bit of AstroTurf on the outside too if you run outside of the curbing. No sweat. Turn 5, quick flick to the right. And then we work our way towards Parabolica Interior, turn number 6. Very narrow, but we've seen this move done in the Mustangs. These cars are a little bit smaller. Ooh, big moment there for Michael after setting the purple sector. Had a little bit of an oopsie there on Parabolica. I think just got off the brakes a little bit too quickly and upset the car up through Orella, out of turn number 7, slowly back on the throttle. It's all-wheel drive, but that doesn't mean you can't spin out. We've seen that a couple of times here. Turn number 8, then the hairpin of turn number 9. Different layout than we ran in the GTPs here, Sauger. We would just do the cut, do the fast right-hander there, and almost saw guys go into the cement there on the outside. But not the case here as we work our way out of Gancho, in through the S's, through turn 12, and out of Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, the long sweeping right-hander of turn 13, waiting for the right time to go full throttle. Michael thinks now it's the time. Fastest in Sector 1, loses a lot in Sector 2. How's it look in Sector 3? Actually enough to gain up into P8, but not too much there. Michael, unfortunately, going to be kicking himself for what could have been, and that will be checkered flag here for practice, Sauger.
Indeed, it will be the final free practice session of the evening for these drivers and for us as well in the broadcast booth. Very much was looking forward to this event, and sad that it's coming to its final conclusion. We hope to give you the championship results at the end of the evening as well. Something we'll have to work out in the future. Wowza!
Solane, I think that was spinning there just coming out of Gancho, but Chris Lovell able to tiptoe around. How about that? Andres out of nowhere, Mr. Luna gets himself 5th quickest. And something we haven't talked about, but something to look forward to during qualifying. 64 thousandths, the gap there between Rasmussen and Fritz.
Wow. And
don't count out Ali either. Solane, 3rd quickest.
And with cars this volatile, in a race condition, you can't expect the drivers to be pushing at the limit. that they have been for this qualifying run, right? So they're going to be dialing it back a couple of percentage. So this race pace that we're seeing, and they're also going to be a little bit inconsistent, I should say that. So we're going to see a little bit more hecticness, and we're going to see a little bit more chaos and calamity than I think a lot of the drivers would have expected for this final round. So they have to be prepared for some argy-bargy, elbows out racing. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a red flag and a restart at this time around, and we go to a rolling start on this event. The run down towards turn 1 is looking pretty nasty right now.
Certainly the tightest of our combinations, and you rewind the clock, Sagar, to race 1 of the Pro Series. We got just that in bigger and more than likely slower cars. And you look into considerations again. This is a late 80s, early 90s car. Just like the 787B, we're not going to have traction control. We're not going to have ABS. We'll have all-wheel drive, but again, we've already seen how much that can, in some cases, hurt and not help these guys because they're burying the throttle. They think it's rear-wheel drive. They give it opposite lock, and they forget that power is going to the front wheels. It just snaps back the other way around. So we'll have to wait and see how these guys navigate it on the cars by themselves. We'll also try to get you guys some hypotheticals here for points calculations, but we'll let these guys go out on track and get you guys an update for how things are proceeding for the final qualifying session of the World of Racing Invitational. Stay with us.
And we're back to check in with the championship points standings. I believe Jackson Lambros has done some commentator's math on a napkin with a crayon. So we'll see how good it is getting towards the end of this. But Jackson, let us know your findings, Mr. Jackson, or Dr. Jackson.
Let's start with this because, again, being commentators, we are people of words and not numbers. But what I've kind of figured out here is a safe assumption that Aaron Fritz and William Rasmussen will be on your front row. Assuming that Aaron Fritz and William Rasmussen are on your front row with Fritz on the pole, Rasmussen in second. If Aaron Fritz wins the race, Rasmussen would have to finish third or higher to still lock up the championship on point standings. Now, if it was William Rasmussen who won pole and Fritz wins the race, I believe that will be dropped down, to about fifth or higher for Rasmussen to still lock this thing up. Not entirely sure where this would bring Andrew Janis and company into the mix. They are a little bit more out of reach. You look at Janis to Rasmussen right now, about 40 points, almost 50 points right now. So you would need a pretty big incident between the two of them to collide. And even if that happens, we've seen both of these guys drive to the front of the field. So wouldn't totally say that's going to be possible. It's very much looking like Rasmussen or Fritz right now as your first invitational champ. But pretty much if Rasmussen finishes on track in front of Fritz, he's got this thing locked up, and he's setting himself up for that right now. Just worked his way to the front of the standings, 136.176.
And it was looking good for him in practice as well. He was about 8/10 to the good to anybody behind him. And so now he is a late lap setter here in these qualifying runs so far. But Aaron Fritz has been nothing but dominant in qualifying, finding his way to the top of the charts yet again with a 135.662 as we speak. Chris Lovell finds a 136 as well with a 136.9, 1.2 off the mark, currently running into P3. So this is a good shakeup of the order and standings and could provide some relief to those further down the order.
We'll have to wait and see. But again, I believe pretty much everybody from first to fifth is getting some kind of cash prize here. Not entirely sure what it is specifically. We talked about it earlier, $5,500 paycheck being split up between this field, but how it is specifically, we'll hope to get an answer for you as soon as possible. We'll keep doing research. I'll keep crunching some numbers for you, but we'll come back in a minute for more from the World of Racing Invitational.
And folks, with just 2 minutes left on the clock for this qualifying session, William Rasmussen, 28 thousandths away from Aaron Fritz, out in P1 currently in the number 21. 135.662 is the high bar to beat, folks. Andrew Janis in P3, 7/10 back. Chris Lovell in the number 7, 1.2 back with Ali, 1.5 back. Christopher into 6th place with, invert that. Christopher into 5th place with Ali now down into 6th place. The driver settling in to the car and track combo that is Estral. But you're absolutely right, Jackson. This is iconic, going back to where this all started. It is back to Estral, isn't it?
Really good track. And again, I think you look at the natural wheel-to-wheel racing that produced. That's certainly going to be something we're hoping for more of as Aaron Fritz comes to the line. Another best lap from him, 135.576. That will make the gap just over a 1/10 of a second now for William Rasmussen, who is working his way out of Sector 2. About 800ths of improvement for him, but Aaron Fritz still able to find a little bit, looks like a little bit further back. Christopher Harrell able to improve to P5. Ali Solane in 6th. Andres Luna in 7th. Jacob Reese back in 9th, as well as Jacob Rodriguez. We'll see what those two can do from 9th and 10th provisionally, but knife edge stuff here at the front of the field. William Rasmussen, where has he ended up? Just coming to the line here through turn number 13. Looks like there's been not necessarily improvement, but just insane consistency from him. Just exactly 8/10 of improvement for him. Not enough, though. Goes wide in the final sector. Will do it, though, before the checkered flag, so he'll have one more shot to run. Aaron Fitz out on track, also just coming out of Sector 2. Improves in Sector 1. Drops time in Sector 2, still about 4/10 up from his last best, so we'll see what he's got. Chris Lovell coming to the line has been dancing all over. I'm not sure if there's anything that he's got in the tanks quite yet. See Spencer trying to work his way in, just coming to the line. Will not improve. That's a 140.068 for him. Andres, any improvement? No, but we'll certainly be happy with P8. That lap got invalidated actually by the first corner, went wide into turn number 1. Checkered flag, Aaron Fritz not improving. Oh, actually is improving. Oh, 135.448 for him.
Wow.
Now the gap 2.5 nearly a quarter of a second between himself and William Rasmussen. Rasmussen, believe back in the pits as well. Yeah, so that will be all she wrote. Aaron Fritz on pole for the final event. And trying to get a look at the standings here. So that will widen it from 321 for William Rasmussen to a 297 for Aaron Fritz. Andrew Janis in 3rd with the 5 points. That'll bump him up to 271. Not impossible for him. Technically, anyone within about 90 points has a shot at it. But a lot of these guys are definitely going to need some kind of Christmas miracle to pull something off from a little bit further back. Everybody off track. So again, Aaron Fritz, William Rasmussen, then Andrew Janis, Ali Luna able to improve, Ali Solane able to be on the outside of row number 2. Chris Lovell and Christopher Harrell and all Chris row number 3 with Andres Luna in 8th. Michael Flores in 9th. Jacob Reese rounding out your top 10. Look a little bit further back. Jacob Rodriguez, Alejandro Villalma, Tim Heckman, Aiden Caro, and others. But still, all 22 cars are indeed out here. And this will indeed be a dogfight to the last lap. William Rasmussen trying to lock this one away despite the eerie consistency in qualifying from Aaron Fritz. He just needs to get that lead and hold it. But can Aaron Fritz fight back? Can anyone except these two end out on top? Let's find out. And for the final time, let's go racing in the World of Racing Invitational.
Oh man, and there is absolute chaos on the race start.
I think Clay going around further back, as well as Spencer making contact, but Aaron Fritz is indeed the first to lead him through turn number 1 as we work our way into curva 2. Looks like Andrew Janis able to fend off from Ali, as Chris Lovell right in there as well, and I think that is the virtual safety car immediately coming out, and it is.
Okay, that's what I had thought when I saw the chaos. So, excuse me. On that race restart, thank you. On that race restart, I really did expect us to see a VSC come out, because it just happened on the start straight. It was an immediate car, went directly right into a wall. The wheel must have not been straight. Unfortunate incident, it does happen, but hopefully we can get everybody back up into the grid and at least running for this last event. And this means that we will get an official rolling restart. And I hate to say it, Jackson Lambros, called it.
You kind of did. But again, I don't even think any of us called it happening like just out of the boxes. Like that was maybe 2 feet back, and we didn't even make it to the apex at turn number 1 there. So we'll have to wait and see if that carnage will continue as we work our way around. Okay, final thing considered here with everything together. Aaron Fritz is your leader, Rasmussen in second, and the gap right now, the way this is working out, if Aaron Fritz holds this lead, he will win the championship if William Rasmussen finishes 5th or lower. So he's going to need some... Aaron Fritz going to be hoping that Andrew Janis and Ali Solane really put the pressure on early here as we go back to green. And immediately you can see Fritz going down low, trying to break the draft. But was William quicker on the loud pedal at the drop of the green flag? He'll have to go the long way around here into curve 1, but it's so tight, he might not be able to swing it around. We're 3 wide further back. Ali, Andrew, and Chris Lovell, and a switchback attempt there for William Rasmussen. Was he able to get there? Not yet. Chris Lovell trying to make a move. Dylan Hilger trying to do the same.
For William.
And William Rasmussen goes around. Oh my goodness. Contact. Andres Luna goes into him. I'm not sure what brought that out originally. This could be exactly what the doctor ordered for Aaron Fritz. Oh my goodness.
Man, you could see it, what happened in the top right-hand corner of the screen while we were watching some cars go through turn 3, and it just looked like he lost it all on his own. His tires weren't quite up to temperature yet. He licked the stamp and sent it all on his own. Wasn't going for a move. He just did it all on his own, and now tumbles down into 9th position. And that was a steep order to climb back up into the top 3 to secure this championship win right now. And I hate to say it, I don't think it's possible to do so without another safety car being brought out.
William down to P9. We've seen Aaron Fritz do this drive. Now it's Andrew's turn as Rasmussen just gave the chrome horn there to Jensen Lucas. My goodness. Coming through turn number 13. So that will improve him up into P8. But again, Andrew Janis looking incredibly fast in qualifying as well. That's a big lazy slide for Jacob Rice. That'll help Jacob Rodriguez improve up into P9. As we look a little bit further, that is Jensen, the 18 Logan machine, who did drop back in more trouble, unfortunately, for Hunter Clark, who lost it in almost the exact same spot, coming out of the S's into turn 12. So big carnage early on. Dylan Hilger kind of stayed in P5. Yelma up a couple spots from the start as well. And the fight is on here for the best of the rest. What can William Rasmussen do? Because the moment, but you got to realize here, anything that happens at this point, if Andrew Janis is able to catch Aaron, that's points going away from the championship lead. And all of a sudden, maybe Rasmussen is okay being back in 8th.
100%. Andrew Janis needs to get the work done to help out his friend William Rasmussen further back in the order of things, but will it be enough? Right now, we're checking out Dylan, who's chasing Alejandro. The battle for 4th and 5th yet to be decided, as we still have 11 minutes remaining on the clock and many drifts left to go as the drivers make their way through turn 7 and turn 8 right now on your screen. Couple other close battles on track right now. Clay T has to defend from Aiden, but what happened to Andreas, who just happened to be tumbled down the order at the S's?
Yeah, Andreas Luna, who was looking really strong here, trying to end the Invitational off on a high note, had an incident. Looks like Dylan Hilger just had the same. And you think all-wheel drive, I think maybe these guys are a little bit too familiar with the LMP1 cars in their hybrid all-wheel drive system. But again, these are very much rally cars converted to go over road racing. These have suspension travel. They're made for street circuits. They can handle the bumps, but they have a lot of weight transfer to them. So learning to manage that is very much a part of this battle. That's why we've seen so many guys get caught out, especially on the brakes, because with how this thing is tuned, a lot of that bias naturally is towards the front of the car. That can help the car rotate a lot. That also is very good at making it swap ends if you're still braking while cornering. So a lot of these guys being careful. Aiden Caro doing exactly that. Coming into curve at 2, and that actually might have been just dropping a wheel as well. Not entirely sure, but one of the guys who finished in the top 10 last time out drops down to P15.
Anthony chases down Hunter, who escapes to the gravel road. Apparently, Hunter was so scary he wanted nothing to do with that battle, so Anthony gains P16, Hunter down into P17. And the track is settled in. The drivers have all settled in a little bit, and now it's a battle of mistakes and how you race the track. It's not really against the other drivers at this point. It's mastering the course and not making mistakes, because the mistakes are what are breeding these overtakes in front of us. Don't you agree, Jackson?
100% left to see how they handle that as we're halfway home in the final race of the World of Racing Invitational. Aaron Fritz, still your leader, 2.5 seconds up over Andrew Janis, and the guy who came into this race as your championship leader, William Rasmussen, sits 6th in the standings right now. A little bit further back, Alex trying to put a move on Clay Hudson as Alex Pollard there in that kind of Harlequin colored 13, gonna try the outside and opt for the long way around. That's trying to set up a switch back here, and a lockup from Alex, definitely, excuse me, from Clay, looking to make that possible. They bang doors. Alex goes around. Oh, and Clay gets collected as well. Both Powell and Hudson get a piece of it.
No!
Oh, and more trouble. Oh my goodness.
On the rejoin, no!
Oh my goodness, Aaron Dorsey, Caro, and it looks like Aiden, oh my goodness, who else got in it further back?
Everybody.
I think that was indeed, yeah, Alex Pollard getting a piece of it, and Dorsey Caro. Another car around as it's more trouble for Jensen Lucas.
Now Clay T getting involved in that same spin.
Oh boy. And everybody trying to get back going in a hurry here. As I was trying to say in our recovery drive here, points as they run right now, because William has already recovered back up into P6. It's 397 points for Aaron Fritz, who still holds to this lead. But Andrew Janis, with 4 seconds back, not having a shot really of closing that gap right now, at least with 7 minutes on the clock. But William Rasmussen at 391 points does indeed need to find 2 more positions in order to lock this one up.
Jacob Rodriguez and Dylan dicing it up with each other with 6 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Number 14 trying to get by the number 6 out in front. The black Audi with the red and white stripes impeding Jacob Rodriguez from advancing at this point. Another spicy 3-way battle here between 4th and 6th position. Ali, the meat of this sandwich. Go ahead.
Big time implications here. Alejandro Villalma, your leader. Ali Solane, the meat in this sandwich, but William Rasmussen, if he gets to the front of this 3 battle, this could be the championship for him. He has 6 minutes to do it, with Chris Lovell just a little bit up the road. A little bit defensive there from Ali, who got into the bumper of Villalma. This could be an opportunity for Rasmussen to go on through. He's taken one, and the contact with Vielma and Solane. Ali was actually a gentleman about it and got off throttle, knew it was a mistake, let him keep the position out on track, it looked like. But that has allowed Rasmussen to go on through for 5th. Suddenly it's looking possible. Vielma defending down low. Rasmussen still trying to tuck in. The two Jägermeister colored cars going at it. For Vielma, it's for P4. For Rasmussen, it's for over $1,000. Here's a look to the inside and what could be the move for the championship. Alejandro trying to make it as narrow on entry as possible for him, but Rasmussen continues to give chase. Solane right there with him, level a little bit further up the road, about 3 seconds the gap to them. Rasmussen continuing to try and find a way, setting up a crossover, but Vielma not going as open on corner entry as he wants. He knows he has to defend if he wants to hold this position. But when you've got a rally car, when you're in an Audi 90 with Quattro all-wheel drive, you can ramp over the curbs. You got to have big-time commitment. But with 700 horsepower coming to all 4 wheels, curbing is not going to be something that scares these guys. The brakes have been something that scared Vielma numerous times, whether it was in the F1 car or whether it was right here, bumper to bumper, coming out of curve of VIP. Over to Gaucho, trying the over-under once again. Vielma defending from everything. Rasmussen is throwing at him, able to make the move to the inside. William Rasmussen might have just made the move for the championship.
Holy Toledos are out. That was an amazing overtake. William Rasmussen spending the time to make sure that he got it done cleanly and safely, working his way through the grid from down in the order all the way up into P4. He has an opportunity to win the Pro Series Invitational here tonight, and now he's only 1.2 seconds back with less than 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Can he pull it off? He's nearly 2 seconds faster on lap on Chris Lovell, who's in front of him next. Can he pull it off? He goes not a little bit deep, he goes very deep and wide in turn 1, carrying all the speed and momentum through turn 2 and towards turn 3 next.
That move on Vielma, though, was already the dagger he needed. You look at the points right now, Sagar. It's 406 for Rasmussen over that 397 for Aaron Fitz. If he is just able to defend right now and bring it home in P4, this could quite possibly be our first ever winner of the World of Racing Invitational. But you look further back, Alejandro Vielma will be trying to close that gap. Ali Solane, we just missed that as well. He made a mistake coming out of that final corner, out of the S's, at the back of that 3-pack, so we'll have to wait and see. A little bit further back, Christopher Herrer, big dive to the inside. Tried to make that move on Jensen, still banging doors, oh my goodness. Herrer in that kind of HSK covered paint scheme. Got a little bit too early on the gas there, has to straighten it back up. Oh, and locks it up on the brakes again. Still switchback after switchback here. Coming into curve of VIP. Good defense there from Jensen on the inside, as Lucas not giving him an opportunity to switch back. Turn 5.
Parabolica interior.
Lunge. Another late lunge and a lockup. Oh man. But how about that? Christopher Herrer up into P14, a late lunge, a messy move there with the brakes, but was able to get it done.
Now Jensen just 6/10ths back, trying to challenge back that position loss in the closing 2 minutes of this event. This is back in with William Rasmussen, who's running about a 10th faster, now 3/10ths faster than he's ever run around Astero before. He knows he needs to pick up the pace just a little bit to secure this championship. I don't think he knows exactly what he needs to do. I think he just knows he needs to drive as fast as he possibly can at this point. What are your thoughts, Jackson? What's going through your head? This is where I wish we could interview the drivers live.
I think if I ever tried to put a microphone on one of these guys while they're driving, they would swat it out of my head immediately. But knowing Rasmussen, this is racer's mentality, man. Even if he knows it or not, he's got confidence that he's got guys behind him that want to pass him. He's still going to drive the snot out of this thing with the mentality that other people are going after him. Chris Lovell making it easy, though. Late move on the inside there, and he went wide, coming through the S's into turn 12, and Rasmussen onto the podium. Another nail in the coffin for Aaron Fritz. And with our lap times, let's see, 44 seconds on the clock, and these guys running 138. This will be the white flag for Aaron Fritz, who has done, granted, everything he could in this position. Has already put 9 seconds on Andrew Janis, who has not been able to close the gap on him. And was it not for being a little overambitious behind the wheel of the Ferrari F2007 earlier on, this could be a very different conversation that we would be having right now. But regardless, he has thrown everything he's got at this final lap, at this final corner. How it stacks up now, that pole position could have genuinely been the difference. P10 would have given him the pole. It's a 3-point difference. Rasmussen at 403, Fritz at 440. So 0.2 of a second might ultimately have been the difference maker. But we'll just have to wait and see. Anything could happen in the last couple of corners.
Aaron Fritz.
Curvo to Ayrton Senna for the final time. Aaron Fritz going to take victory in race number 4, but we look over to William Rasmussen, who was able to put that move on Chris Lovell. Andrew Janis comfortably home in P2, the HRC machine. But William Rasmussen, with a Viking drive back to the front of the field, is your first ever World of Racing Invitational champion.
And now I think he knows it himself. He is celebrating in joys of tear, I hope. But man, oh man, has this been a exciting but grueling nearly 4 hours of sim racing for these drivers to have to put up with and learn track car combos every step of the way and be punished for their knowledge and their skill of the simulator. Man, oh man, this has been a grueling night, and I'm sure some of these guys are happy to walk away and get out of their sim rigs tonight for the final time, and I'm sure others can't wait to come back and get a lick more of World of Racing and what these sim centers have to offer.
One of our first winners in Season 2 of the MX5 Fight Night Series. 5 different wins on 3 different weekends in the World of Racing Pro Series. It's strangely fitting that he is our first ever World of Racing Pro Series champion, our first winner of the War Invitational. William Rasmussen home in is your winner. Aaron Fritz in second. Andrew Janis is third. Dylan Helger in fourth. Alejandro Vielma, the last of your cash prize winners for the evening. But a picture-perfect 2025 and 2026 starts with William Rasmussen on top of the World of Racing. Let's go back to the booth. And Sagar, let's start with this. Man, we came in here at about 5 p.m. tonight. Earlier than that, 4:15. It's been a long night for us, but action-packed the entire way. Your closing thoughts here after an exciting night of racing.
Just what a phenomenal event and what a phenomenal series this has been. Every step of the way has been absolutely phenomenal, from the initial start, from the track car combos that have been picked, to the drivers that have even been selected to participate in such an event like this, to participate in this level of league and category. The driving level has been excellent. The category of vehicles has been excellent. The track car combos couldn't have been any better. So I'm in love with this. I mean, best job I ever had, hands down. Is just watching these guys have the most fun they've ever had in their lives and get to enjoy it with them behind the commentary booth. So I am pleased to be a part of the AK Esports broadcast booth and to be here with World of Racing. I'm looking forward to a very prosperous 2026 as well with them.
who's got it better than us, right? But as Sagar mentioned, this world's going to keep on spinning. It's still a lot to uncover about what 2026 has in store for War in terms of the Pro Series, GT3 and MX5s, but this is going to be the first place to hear it, as well as all of the other places you can follow World of Racing, worldofracing.com, and on Instagram as well at World of Racing HQ with no spaces. But it's time for us once again to hop off after what has been thrillfully one of the biggest events in War's history. We thank you so much for watching here, and we hope you enjoyed watching it as much as we've had producing, making it, not just tonight, but throughout the entirety of 2025 and throughout World of Racing's history. But we appreciate you all for coming out, whether you're a fan or family member tuning in from around the world, whether you're joining us center side at Tustin, Pasadena, Phoenix, Kansas City. We appreciate you making the World of Racing what it is. But we thank you one more time here for provisionally 2025. Still 20 to come, still plenty to come in 2026. You're just going to have to wait and find out. For everybody at AK Esports UK and World of Racing, he's been Sagar Bakshi. I'm Jackson Lambros, thanking you one more time so much for watching and bidding adieu for now from the World of Racing.